had this thing where you rolled it like that and it had a little Napoleonic symbol on it. So I said, I'm gonna get that and drive all the way back to Boston.
We are live.
Okay. Good afternoon to the HDC. May 10th. Here for the HDC are Diane Coombs and John McLaughlin. Maybe this is a roll call. Is it roll call or it's? I don't know. Remember when Steve gave these to us?
Aye. Do we have to say
Thank you,
aye?
Diane. John.
Hi.
Val.
Hi.
And I am here.
And I am here.
And Stephen.
Hello.
Hi.
Stefan.
How are you doing?
The Stay Bond's hanging in there.
Did you see me wearing the hat?
I did not,
Uh,
but I would like to see you put it back on.
yeah, I will.
Oh, the Nantucket HCC hat?
Yeah.
I was wearing mine the other day. Whoever thought of that was brilliant.
Yeah, I know. And then, yeah, go ahead.
I was just teasing.
Yeah. No, and staff, we've got Holly Bacchus present. Esmeralda Martinez, I love that. And
A-Rod.
A-Rod. No. Oh, I love that too. Okay. That's the staff. Terry, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Hi there. Okay, we're all here. And we're going to start off with public comment. Okay. Oh,
We have to-
is that your
Yeah.
motion, Diane?
That's my motion.
Okay, so on that motion, Val,
Aye.
John,
Hi.
Stephen,
Aye.
and Diane.
Aye.
Aye, and I'm an aye. And now we go to public comment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to publicly thank everybody, I think on behalf of the commission and staff, for the public that attended the annual town meeting in basically in, I guess, defense of our unique special act. And I also just want to mention that I have been receiving public inquiries as to when the work group is going to take place, and I've been responding to those folks, keeping a list of those folks with their contact information, and I've been copying the chair along with the planning director. So just wanted to mention that for the record. And that's it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Oh, thank you, Holly.
Holly, is all the commissioners, are all the commissioners on that committee work group?
Well, it's not created yet, but that's going to be with the commission. Yes.
Good. Then we don't have to apply.
Okay, thank you, Holly. All right, first up are signs.
Madam Chair, the sign advisory council met this morning, and per their recommendations, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, and 10, they motion to approve
Everything.
So
Terrific.
moved.
everything but 7.
Okay, that's Diane's motion. On Diane's motion, 1 through 6 and 8 through 10, Val,
Aye.
John, we're gonna do, well, 7 is, we're okaying 1 through 6 and 8 through 10.
Hold
Were there okay per sign advisory?
on.
Yeah, just except for 7. Are you okay with that?
Yes.
Yes, and Stephen
Aye.
and Diane on your motion,
Aye. Aye.
and I'm an aye. And 7, we're just gonna hold?
Held for revisions.
Okay, Val, do you wanna make that motion?
Yeah, motion to hold number 7 on the signs.
Thanks, Val. On that motion, John
Aye.
and Diane,
Aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
and myself. Okay, so on to consents.
Motion to approve the consents.
Okay, thanks, Val. On that motion, Stephen,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
and myself, I'm an aye. Thank you for that.
And I make the same one for the consent with conditions.
Okay, excellent. On Diane's motion, for consent with conditions, John? Are you okay with consent?
Okay.
Yeah, Diane made a motion to approve consent with conditions. Are you okay with that?
Okay, fine.
Okay, good. Val?
I actually can't sit on this.
Okay, Stephen?
I was going to abstain.
Okay,
Val, can you not sit on all of them, or?
Three of them. Three of them are my people.
I think we've got this covered though, because we've got Diane, John, and myself.
Right.
So I think we're
Yeah.
good to go. Diane's an okay, John's an okay, and I'm an okay, so that passes.
You get it?
And yeah, Diane.
No, I was just going to say, all four of those are pools.
Yeah.
We're going to sink.
Sink or swim.
Now on new business?
We're on to new business. Yeah, I'm just sort of, but they're all, they're all not being seen. So I guess that's the way it's going. Okay, new business. 4 Washington Ave, new pool. 4 Washington Ave. Thank you.
Where is that, Washington Ave?
In Nantucket.
Nantucket.
That's what I thought, but I thought we didn't have pools in Nantucket.
They're subject to setback requirements.
And a special permit, right?
Yeah, I thought they had to have a special permit.
Yes, pools in Mattocket are subject to a special permit.
No.
Take care of that.
You're starting with us, maybe.
Are you going to present?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. I'm JP Couture, the architect for the owner.
Yeah, you can.
Okay.
Give us
So
your-
the proposal here is to add a pool to the property on the southwestern side. It's a minimal bluestone surround and a sort of medium to dark pebble dash interior. You can see the.
Speak up a little bit.
Sorry.
Maybe that microphone looks higher, but maybe.
Maybe we should find out if we have a special permit.
Well, we'll find out right now.
Right. So we know we have to go for that, and we will do that.
So you don't have that yet?
No.
Oh, okay.
Well, I
Okay, hold-
make a motion that we hold until the permit is approved.
Okay, don't we get to hear him first?
Yeah.
Yeah, so Diane, can we just, let's just go by the Roberts rules and hear what the applicant has to say, and then you can say that when it's your turn.
Okay,
Okay. So it's an 18 by 30 foot pool. It's surrounded by a
Just in town or Bronx?
red cedar. And,
Nantucket.
Sorry.
it's okay.
We have a lot of deficits we're dealing with here.
It's understandable.
Yeah.
Different times.
Yeah, just speak up as loud as you can.
Okay, so you have the plan before you. It's a pool of 18 by 32 feet and surrounded by a bluestone surround and a wire fence with a red cedar frame on an existing property, the end of Washington Avenue, Nantucket. Would you like me to get into the
Could you get closer?
details?
please?
Okay,
Yeah.
sure.
Thank you.
Okay.
There you go.
You don't have a site plan, do you?
I have that one, yes.
I mean, a
Scrolling.
locus,
There is one.
It's like right across from Millie's.
So that is the house. That site map, which is on the GIS for Nantucket, is inaccurate. It does not, the property does not extend to the pond. It does not dogleg on the street. So the one that's in your package is correct, which is done by a local surveyor. We've talked about this with Esmeralda, tried to have that changed. The one that you just passed by and this one are more accurate representations of the property, except that what is labeled as 17 is not a part of the property we're talking about. So it's just 15, which is squared off at the water side, squared off at Pops Lane, and has Washington Avenue as the southernmost border.
Small copy of this. Right. Okay. Well, man. Thank you.
Pops Lane.
anything else you want to tell us? Do you have a picture of the house or?
Pictures of the house are included. Yep. That house was finished, I believe, in 2014.
Okay.
Bill,
So-
yeah, the one from the street.
Okay, so let's go to the board now. Would anybody like to start?
Madam Chair,
Yeah,
is there no Mattocket advisory on this?
There was, and we did incorporate the suggestions that were given to us in list form or on video.
okay, do you remember what they were?
Madam Chair, if you give me a minute, I can pull them up.
Yeah, let's just, make sure we get this right.
This application has been held for a while. I think they met maybe sometime in February or March.
Okay.
Did you want to wait for those, or do you want us to
Yeah, I
make
was-
comments? Okay.
Just, don't you think it will, help us round it out?
Can you go back to the pictures, whoever's scrolling? Primarily the yard, yeah. That's looking out, right? Okay,
Towards Millie's?
yeah.
Yes.
Madam Chair,
Yeah.
I did find the comments from
Okay.
Mattocket Advisory. They actually met on February 14th. And the comments were, the site plan is incorrect when tracked from the GIS plan on record. The site plan shows a complete square lot at the street. It is clearly not square on the GIS map, nor does the location at the dwelling on the lot compared to the GIS seem correct. There is a different owner on the property than the site plan. this needs to be verified and corrected. So I believe the architect has taken care of that.
Yes.
The chain link fence, not standard, vinyl covered, black or green pool fence, screened by privet, not appropriate in the location, and pool and fence will be highly visible. No fence is necessary if there is an auto cover. Pool fence is 5 feet high, does not have to be more than 4 feet. That they had a question as to where is the pool equipment gonna go? Location of the pool not appropriate in that highly trafficked location at the triangle across from Millie's in front of the house. If the GIS is correct and the site plan is incorrect, how can the pool fit where it's located on that small sliver of land on the site plan? Pool patio is in the front yard setback while not a setback violation. It is too close to the road for HDC purposes. Also, the side yard setback area will need a ZBA approval by a special permit. And last comment was application incomplete, no detail on the pool, patio material, too much patio in that location, no dimensions on the plan, no detail on the fence, only a side view, no length of fence, no highlights. That was per the Connecticut advisory.
Yeah, well, that's quite extensive. Okay, so let's hear from the board now. Val, did you have your thoughts
I'll
together?
go,
Okay.
sure. So I do have concern about visibility, and I think the farther back it goes, the more visible it could potentially be, so maybe moving it closer to the screening or pushing the screening back so that it's right before the patio would probably mitigate the visibility. My other suggestion is I see you have a little garage structure that you're proposing, which is next. Maybe the garage structure could go in the corner and the pool could go between the house and, or behind the garage over here.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's all I have.
Okay, Val, thanks. Diane, were you ready?
Yes, I have a question.
Yep, I'm
Okay.
ready. Yeah,
Diane, can you hold that? Can you hold
You
that?
like it?
Hold on one
That's-
sec.
you ready?
Yep, go ahead, Diane.
I believe that the pool will be very visible. Privet is not what grows in Nantucket, particularly down on Washington Street, where the big breaks in the water comes in, takes the brunt of the storms. I think that the privet is not advisable there, nor will it add any protection, being that it takes the winds in the wintertime and the pool will be absolutely visible. I think, as I said before, if without having a certificate, a special certificate, that it would not be in the best action to approve this pool until Connecticut came up with their re-evaluation of it. I would like to have it go back to Connecticut with the now proposal. So this was taken, almost 6 months ago. And I would like to have them look at it again and see if they have any change of their opinion. My opinion is that the patio around it should be reduced. It should be made as simple as possible, being where it is and in a very busy but simple area with the houses around. So that's all I got to say.
Thanks, Diane. John?
Yes, I have a comment. This thing that they submitted, the application, right? And it shows, according to this print here, Washington Avenue, here's lot number 19. This does not show lot number 19 here. on this plan here.
Yeah,
And the pool was over here on Fox Landing, Fox Lane.
right, I think that's, those are part of the corrections you're going to make when
Those are
you.
the corrections that were made by the local surveyor who surveyed the property 10 years ago, and again, verified this recently. And we tried talking about this with Town Hall. There was an old proposal that was never filed, and the information that you're looking at is mostly incorrect. The lot is the smaller square lot that we're showing you. So the ones on Pops Lane and that triangle up the top were not actually part of this property. I think it's been made confusing by the fact that these were owned by people with the same last name, but we're not
That's gone.
we're not these owners.
So that's the house.
Okay, well, don't you have to get that verified and changed and,
We have tried.
Yeah, the wrong number there, so.
I'd like to go if no one's going to ask questions.
okay, go ahead, Stephen.
Like a lot of dead air here.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so I think, I'm looking at two surveys. One is dated June 24th, 2005. And one is dated June 24th, 2005. And they're both different. And I don't see a wet stamp on the lot plan that was submitted with the application, indicating that that's a survey drawing. I'm not suggesting it's not, but I'd like to know that it is and who did it. And in addition to that, the locus plan, which indicates that the geometry was updated in June of 2021, indicates this oddly shaped lot. So I think clearly that needs to be addressed. If the lot that's shown on slide 6, could we bring that up, please? I'm sorry, is it up?
Almost.
Okay, I just saw Diane. So I
There's
wasn't sure.
something of,
There you go. There you go, Steve.
Okay, so that, they've got that small rectangular space that's called out as lot 20. So if this lot is actually correct, this plan rather, I'd want an explanation of how that lot relates to lot 19. Zoning, a special permit may address the fact that you can have a pool there, but I don't believe in the VR a pool is allowed on an accessory use. We're not zoning, but along the lines of Diane's comments, I would not be comfortable really even getting further into discussion until we get these resolved. But since it's here, I would like to suggest on the next drawing, the images. I don't see them on the screen, you guys, anymore, so I don't know if something changed in how we're doing it. Oh, there it is. Thank you. Sorry. The north elevation, the south elevation are reversed. I mean, I know that none of these elevations point directly at a cardinal point, but the north elevation is the south with respect to labeling, and the south is the north. In addition, I have concerns. This is a pool. If we go back to the site plan that shows the pool location.
yeah, they just had it up.
There we go. So this is a pool basically in a front yard on Washington Avenue. The last time we had a pool in a front yard in a kind of a high profile avenue area was Lincoln Ave or Lincoln Circle. That was a smaller pool, I believe. It was also behind an existing historic structure. So could we scroll up a little bit towards to show the house, or maybe zoom out one click? Yeah, so basically the pool was between the structure, which would be this house, the walkway, and a garage I believe they were using as cabana, which is basically where the pool was. In addition, so that's a concern. In addition, if we go to the upper right corner, just a little bit more to show it. Yeah, that fence looks like a wonderful detail. However, I think in this location with privet, it's going to show way too much as a galvanized mesh as opposed to solid board. And I would suggest that the applicant's agent be aware that a solid board fence that goes all around the property along the front of the property at 5 or 6 feet tall is problematic because it doesn't meet our adopted guidelines. Typically fences in the front are picket and or split rail, and they're no taller than 3 feet. So I think I'm sorry that they've waited for others to review this, but I think there are some material questions to be answered in material revisions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Right, thank you, Stephen. So, John, you went, Diane went, Val, you went. I want to hold for, there seems to be some issues
I'll
with.
make a motion.
Go
to
ahead,
hold for
Diane.
revision. I'll make a motion to hold for further information, clarification of the property ownership and lines before we go into revisions.
Right, okay. On Diane's motion, Val.
Does that include going back to Nantucket, Diane?
Yes,
Yeah.
thank you. Yes, for sure.
Okay.
Yeah,
Let's hold for revision.
hold for revisions and go back to Matticat. Stephen,
Aye.
and I'm an aye,
Okay.
so. Okay. That's a tough one to start with. What's this? Okay, so that was, all right, so are we going to hold, for Washington, the new garage to track? Sorry, are we gonna hold, for Washington, the new garage to track?
I don't think we need to.
No?
Do we?
Only with respect to location.
Thank you.
Okay,
I think we can comment on the architecture.
okay.
Okay, Stephen, did you want to go first?
Oh, sure. Could we click out one? I think it's appropriate architecture for the area. I think, however, on the upper right corner elevation, sorry, I didn't jot this down. The windows are undersized, and on the sorry, there's some feedback. Somebody's got something going on. The windows on those two elevations, I believe, are undersized, and the windows on the in the gables are oversized. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. Anybody else ready?
I'll go.
Okay, Diane,
I'm ready.
I'd like to hear what you have to
I
say.
think that, I think that Stephen is right. The window that is, I think, described as steep is an 8/8, and the other windows are 6/6s. I think we should keep the windows probably all 6/6s and not mix them up so much. And I think the A's on the south elevation should be bigger, and the ones up in the on the C ones should be smaller. They could be the same size in eventuality, but they should be 6/6s, not 8/8, and then 6/6s, different sizes. Other than that, I don't know. I can't see if it tells us how tall it is.
And 18,
Can anybody read how tall
18.5.
it is?
18.5, Diane.
Okay. Oh, there it is. Oh, that's clear. Thank you. So that's what this building is fine. It's the windows that I find disturbing for me. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Diane. Val?
I don't find the windows disturbing. Those are windows that are probably that size for egress. So the easy solution is to make the windows on the first floor the same size as those, and there'll be continuity.
As this C's or which?
Yeah. And I think, yeah, that's my only comment.
John?
It's a sweet little building.
Yeah,
I'm
thanks.
taking it, those 5 cars are lined up to, that's the garage.
Yes,
Right of it?
right.
Thank you.
What do you think of the architecture?
Well, there's a lot of 6-light windows, but that's part of when you have a small building.
Right, okay.
No comment. on it.
No problem with that. Okay, I think the windows are a little small. I mean, I think they could get larger, but I think 6/6s are appropriate. I think the C window that has 4, what are those? 8/8s. I don't know if does that go with the house?
So the 8/8 does not exist on the house, and I can see your reasons for wanting that to be smaller. I will point out that the windows on the building that are 6/6 match the size of the windows on the house, and the windows in the dormers are the same size as the ones in the dormer of the house. So making them bigger when there are 2 of those dormers on the side that directly faces the garage might be a little bit strange.
I think it's merely the gable end windows they're talking about.
Which is easy enough to change.
Yeah, the gable,
We'll be fine. Yeah,
if they are good size, but 6/6 I think it would be better.
I think that's fine to change. Yep.
Okay, so, what about your point about if they were to change the location of the pool, if we okay this in this position?
Right.
So what-
Yeah, I motion to, we've given feedback. I'll make a motion to track the pool with this so that location can be addressed with the bigger picture of the pool location. And I'm sorry, I can't see who's shuffling paper. I presume it's maybe John.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea, Stephen, to hold this to track, but, you
I think
did,
the building itself is fine. It's just, we want to wait and see what Nantucket has to say, and maybe the location will change.
Right. And can you
Right, so-
offer?
Yeah.
So
Okay,
minor
go-
revisions being the gable windows and to hold it with respect to location.
okay, all right, thank you, Stephen, for that motion. Diane, on Stephen's motion.
Aye,
Val,
aye.
Aye.
and John, and I'm an aye.
Thank you. Can I just ask a question? As far as straightening out the issues with the information that the town has regarding the property, which is clearly incorrect, as opposed to what we have on our survey, which we will get a wet stamp put on it to verify that it is indeed a recent survey by a local surveyor. But I know we spent a lot of time talking to Esmeralda in the office and trying to sort this out so it wouldn't be an issue. Where do we go to do that? What is the best way? Because I think we've tried. So I'm just, will a stamped drawing with a wet stamp as part of the presentation be enough? And we can leave out the GIS map and the other things that are in the list of things required for the application, because I don't know how to change what the town has on record.
Right.
And a surveyed as-built drawing, yep.
So that'll be enough, and we'll bring that.
Just to convey to the rest of the commission, it conveys, we all know what it is. It
Okay.
indicates the structure, where it is, and that the lot is either in conformance or not, and the boundaries. So that would be helpful.
Right, but if we resubmit without the town information so we don't have the confusion, is that reasonable?
Or
Because-
do a pen overlay on it just to indicate and make a note, because I think if the more information you can provide, the more descriptive you can be, explanatory, even in the text or on a locus plan, reference site plan for update or something like that is very helpful.
Okay, great.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Question, what happened to Joan Bunting? That's number 3.
Well,
Number 4.
Madam Chair?
Joan Bunting is next, 3 Pine Tree.
Madam Chair?
Yeah.
The agent has asked for it to be held till Tuesday.
Oh,
Oh, this is crazy.
Okay.
I know,
I'm-
it's just,
Relaying.
I know.
All right, so could we have a motion to hold 3 Pine Tree, please?
So moved.
Thank you, Stephen. On that motion, John?
Okay, my question is why we're holding it?
Exactly.
I don't know why, but
There's no
but,
plans.
right, but we're just going to go with it. Are you in favor of that,
We're gonna hold it.
Val?
I guess so.
Diane?
It could have been approved and already on the way to a permit by now.
Diane, are you
Yep.
in favor? And I'm in favor, so that gets held.
Oh,
Okay,
it's being held because of Linda Williams.
Well, to be fair, we hold applications all the time and we don't get into why, so.
we're
No.
holding,
Linda's representing Joan for almost a month.
okay, but it doesn't matter. Let's just go on to 16 Easton Street.
Hi.
Hi, Lisa.
I wasn't complaining. It's just her mother died and she's been dealing with that.
Okay. Lisa,
I'm not sure which application this is. Is this for the-
60.
Is it for the removal? Yes. Okay.
Yeah, move
So
off.
This is the
demo.
move off demo of the
Main
house that matched, what was that, 20 Easton Street, that was
It was.
approved to be demolished on October 16th, 2018. The existing house was built in the mid 1950s, when Sanford's parents bought both properties. I do have some historic pictures, which I think are in the packet, but I'm happy to pass them out too, so you can see the building that actually predated this building, which is pretty interesting, if you want to see them.
Sure.
Which building have we got up now, Liz?
What was the architect's name? Macumber or something? What is it? Maycumber. Oh, thanks. Yeah. Oh,
So I do have the minutes from the other house, and, oh, actually, there are 8 staff comments too, which I should actually allow Holly to read.
well, Holly's going to go first, but we're getting a history about the,
Yeah, I'm gonna copy it.
That was the house that predated the 2 structures that were built in the 1950s. Well, there's,
so much happened to those beautiful homes down there.
I mean, this building is, I don't know why they're so small. There should be bigger, the bigger photos are in the packets I just handed you, but it was an old
Wow.
gambrel called Driftwood. And there's a picture from the street. It has a big sign. It almost looks like it's from the Adirondacks.
Yeah.
And that's why the dock now sits in between both lots, because this house used to be on axis with the dock. And then when the lots got subdivided or divided between the 2 Sanford families, the dock ended up in between.
Well, that's a really interesting photo of that one.
Look, a turret.
Yeah.
Who would have thought?
That's amazing. Looks like Newport.
The GIS map, but not the GIS, the Sanford maps actually do name it Driftwood. So we know that is the building.
Do we know who the architect was?
For that, I don't know.
Paul Whitten?
Is that what it says?
It says creator. I don't know if that's what they meant, but
No,
He might have been the,
historian?
yeah, I don't know.
hold on. It's in here somewhere. Madam Chair, so
Yeah, go ahead.
through NHA's information, the previous house that was on the site, which I believe is what Lisa is actually using as inspiration, built obviously during the shingle style period, was built by Clarence and Ruby Gannett of the Gannett Studios in Richmond, Indiana. And that particular house was demolished in 1953, which then this one that is before you for demolition, this one right here was built in 1954. So it's kind of, in a way, ironic to think that when with those timeframes, right before Nantucket became a local district and actually took out that, special legislation with the state. So it's kind of, I think unique in that regards. But I do have comments, just if you indulge
Yeah, I'd like to
me.
hear those.
So, again, that existing structure that's before you for a demo was built in 1954. It's also called driftwood. That obviously, the previous structure that was demoed in 1953 was also called driftwood, built obviously in the shingle style. Very cool. Again, unlike the previous dwelling from the 1880s, the dwelling should be documented more than photos of the exterior, provided elevations and photos of the interior. I will notate that was also done with the other Sanford structure at 22 Easton Street back in 2018. That although this structure does not really provide architectural prominence, if you will, as the previous 1880s structure did, this structure does contain cultural history, and we should document that. And HSAB did make that same comment on April 25th. They said that the existing structure should be well documented. So those are the comments, Madam Chair.
Right,
Thank you.
Right. That's very good.
Yeah, I believe they did a laser measuring or something, right? Yes. So that we could do the same thing, or would you want something different?
Madam Chair, through you, that would be great. There is a local guy that does that now. So yes, that would be fantastic.
Okay.
Yeah, that would be terrific. So on the demo move off, is that what this is?
Yes.
Would you
I'm
like-
an aye.
Okay, thanks, Val. Diane?
Aye.
And this is to include the laser.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
I didn't really make a motion. Does John have anything?
Um,
Stephen?
well, let's just go around. John?
Yes, my comments are that this, according to this record here, in my so-called 85 years, that the driftwood was there when I was a kid. It was built in late 1800s. And Mr. Sanford, which is the Sanford boys now, his father bought it and tore it down, in, I think in the 50s, somewhere around there, and rebuilt Sanford House now is there.
Right.
And he wants the application now is to destroy it and build something else. I have no problem with it.
You don't have a problem with that? Okay. Thank you, John. Stephen?
Thanks, Madam Chair. Can I just get some clarity? We're talking about the ranch with a two-story addition on it.
Yes, that's the
and a
building.
Gable forward, yeah. And yeah, I'm okay with it.
Okay. And so we're hearing that we're going to make accurate drawings, some laser drawings to document the building that is being torn down from the 50s.
Right, in the same fashion that was done at 20 Easton.
Yeah, this one right
20
here.
yeah.
So really gives you
22.
an idea.
Well, I think it's now actually 20 because I think there's another lot on the road that might be 22.
It's 22 and 24, I think is how they.
Oh, you're right. I don't have my glasses on. It is 22
Yeah, it is
Easton.
22, 24.
I'm
So
reading the minutes.
Can somebody make that motion?
Madam Chair,
So moved.
You go ahead, Stephen.
I just wondered, is there going to be like a hydrogen-powered holograph that floats a small model at the front driveway somewhere to show what it used to look like? I'm obviously joking, but that would be nice at some point in our future. You know, to have a holograph right on site to demonstrate the historical reference. Thank
Yes.
you.
Okay, thank you. Did I hear a motion?
Motion.
I made the motion.
Okay, could you state your motion, Diane?
You said it. I just was saying, have that as a motion.
Oh, okay. Okay, so on the move demo and documenting it,
I'm in favor.
okay,
That's-
let's call
that's
that
the motion.
Diane's motion. John?
Yeah.
Val?
Aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
and I'm an aye.
Good.
So what's next?
Now we got demo garage.
Okay.
Alright.
I'll get that one.
What was the conditions we're writing?
We're going
the-
to do a laser documentation as done on 22 and 24 Easton.
This building is in the front of, now closest to Easton Street. It was built in, whoops, let's see, look for the date, 1994.
Oh, okay.
8 Sab, which Holly will read to you, felt bad about removing the building, which I understand. I think everybody feels bad about removing a building and the fact that it has no place to go. But given its height, I was told that it's just very difficult to move and would have to kind of go all the way to the Rotary, back up and out through town. It would just not, it's not worth moving. But it is up for demo or move if somebody is able to take it.
So this is one of those circumstances where I think it would be nice if people could just scavenge what they want off of it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think
Cabinets.
we
and-
did it out in 20 Sankaty. She actually hired I mean, it's a bigger house and maybe it made more sense, but she hired a company to come over and take out stuff. And then that stuff got taken off island and either donated or sold,
wish
I think
somebody would
donated.
Start that here.
Yeah.
or else have a place to
Well,
put
vulture,
buildings
I know.
until people can take them.
Oh, we used to.
Holly, do you have comments on?
Just briefly, Madam Chair,
Okay,
thank you.
okay.
So first on that note, this is why the town through our DPW and our office and with the help of the commissioners on both commissions, worked with the WPI students, because this is an issue and it really shouldn't be on the heads of this commission, especially when you're dealing with perfectly, from a sustainability perspective, perfectly good structures that are being removed. Obviously, with the housing issue we have, and from, again, sustainability issues, it really should be up to this commission. But the structure obviously is not contributing. HSAB took a look at this again on April 25th. They said that HSAB is dismayed at the amount of waste generated by demolishing this relatively new building. We would prefer to see it modified and repurposed on site. Obviously, if from a salvage perspective, that would be great. And hopefully within the next couple of years, the town can actually work on that and help this community doing that. So those are the comments, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Does anybody have a height on that? I do have somebody that is looking for a house.
I might,
Well, it's jacked up, so you could
Yeah.
take it down to the first floor height, and
Yeah.
that would eliminate probably 3 feet.
Yeah, it looks like 27 to me, but I think. Yeah, right, okay. Well, that's just my own little private aside, this thing there. Okay, so on this motion there's no motion, what do we want to do with this?
Is there any way we could get enough time to see if there are some people interested before it comes out with a move or demo?
well, we've
Well,
had
we
to,
already did that.
we had to put it in the paper.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, so we did that quite a while ago.
Okay.
And Madam Chair, if it's for what it's worth, you have in the past, on a case-by-case basis, made that as a condition, where the proof of going through that whole process of putting it in the newspaper, trying to reach out to folks like Housing Nantucket, has been part of their record, if you will, submitted. So
Yeah,
that's
that's-
just an idea.
Was that a part of your, it was advertised?
It was advertised.
Yeah.
We did not reach out to Housing Nantucket. We've had a couple people say that they might be interested. I mean, we've walked people through the main house. I mean, it's definitely, we're not trying to demolish it if somebody wants to take it. And that's, I don't think anybody wants to send a building to the dump if somebody can take
Right.
it.
No, I know. So what's our motion going to be?
Our motion is going to be to approve as a move-off demo, and hopefully somebody can salvage some of it, even
Yeah.
if it's not the whole structure.
Okay, so that's Val's motion. On Val's motion, John,
Whose motion?
to
Me,
Val's motion to move
Val's-
demo the
Val's the
garage. To move demo the garage.
Okay, fine.
Oh, not a
It's not
garage,
just
sec-
the
Garage
garage,
is the
it's the
garage
house.
dwelling, garage dwelling.
I'm for it.
Okay, thanks. Stephen,
Yeah, may I comment though? I didn't really get a chance to comment.
yeah, please.
I'll just comment on the motion and the last thing that came up. So as part of a building permit application for a dwelling that's a demo move off, though the advertisement gets turned in as part of the checklist. So just so you're all aware. I think, it's unfortunate, but it is the way it's going to go. And even if someone came in and got all those balusters, that would be a huge savings at the landfill, and save somebody a bunch of money. So I'm for it.
Okay, thanks, Stephen. And John, you're for it. Diane?
Yeah, I think it have to be for it, but I'd like to see if we put in that salvage would be made available before moving. Look at the windows.
Yeah, I think
They-
that's part of Val's motion.
Is this good? Then I'm an aye.
Okay, and I'm an aye, so that passes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Make a motion to approve
The move off demo at the garage.
garage.
Now we're on to the new dwelling.
Okay, thank you.
Are you gonna duplicate the old drift one? No? Is this it? Wow.
Oh, I like that. That's good.
We emailed you.
We can do addition.
This is a project and a half.
Oh, yeah,
we have pictures. Oh, here.
okay, no, it's just a new one. Who's the winner? The last one. Yeah, this
I
is
could
the new one. Good man. New garage.
Oh, thank you. John, the move off garage.
Aye.
Did you want to present, Lisa?
Yes, hang on just a second. I'm just going to send Holly these renderings so she could pull them up, so Stephen can, and Diane can see them.
If you can send them to Esmeralda, she can upload it because I don't have access.
Oh, okay, thank you. Yes, there we go.
I
Okay,
don't know. It's
they
deserted.
might take a while to come through, but so if you want to go to the site plan, the house is set back from the road and has some outbuildings in front of it that are single story, and then a garage at the road, which is what shows in some of the renderings that we sent to you. The plan for the house is to be white trim, and I think we specified mineral alloy blue shutters at the moment. It is a gambrel. It is 27 feet, 3 inches tall from grade. I don't know what else to tell you
even
about
with
it.
the lift.
Yeah.
Wow.
The renderings, I think, are helpful, and hopefully Esmeralda will pull them up, because particularly from the water, the house is probably very similar in length to what exists today. But particularly when you see it from the water, because the Coast Guard station and the dock is to the right, it feels like it has a fair amount of space, it will have a fair amount of space around it. I think there were some HSAP comments that I'm sure Holly will read, and then you actually showed a rendering that we did that addressed a couple of their comments. So this is a rendering from, oops, sorry. The first one was a rendering from the road. This is just from the backyard. That's from the road. That's the garage in the front. The second rendering is from, that's from the driveway. So that's in the parking court.
So it's front door.
That's the front door. Those are the two little buildings in front that are just little hips. That's from the water side. And then we did a couple that included the neighbor. And then one from the end of the dock. Oh, you can't see if you move the people. Yeah, you can see there you go, the Coast Guard station. So there is a fair amount of space around it because of the architecture of the Coast Guard station.
Oh, okay. Are you,
Yeah, I think Holly had
Yeah.
some comments.
Holly goes first,
Okay.
John. Wait, Holly, hold on for Holly first.
Oh, okay.
Thank
Sorry,
you.
right.
That's okay.
HTC.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So first, let's see. Just wanted to mention that the elevation of the new construction will have to conform to Chapter 11 of Resilient Nantucket. HSAB took a look at the proposal on April 25th. They said the general design is acceptable, but it would be nice to have some form of one-story additive massing on the sides to soften the edges. An 80-foot-long building along the waterfront is pretty imposing. Shortening it several feet would make a big difference and provide some visual space between the neighboring houses. The double curved front steps are too grand for the Brant Point area. A 9-light door is not an appropriate front door. The front balcony is unnecessary. A hipped porch roof with an interesting window above would be more appropriate. It's a lot of exposed concrete for the foundation. Perhaps lattice panels would be better. The rear French door side lights should complement the doors better. Too many ganged windows on the south side, and HSAB respectfully requests revisions if you're so inclined. From staff's perspective, appreciate the proposal as it's in keeping with that original driftwood. Great inspiration. Adding more shingle style and additive massing would be helpful. Agree with HSAB on the formal curved front steps, definitely not appropriate. However, natural to weather trim would be more in keeping with the style rather than the white. Although I do appreciate the blue shutters that's proposed. It actually brings kind of a back down to the 50s actually in a way of Nantucket. Also, the roof walk was more stout than it is proposed. And I'm referring to that previous 1800s driftwood. And the gambrel pitches not as steep. So those are the comments, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. John, you wanted to go first? Go ahead.
Either way, I think everything in these plans here are compatible to other buildings from Lighthouse up to Nantucket Inn. They're compatible to mostly what you see here, windows and doors and whatever. And I think the only thing I would say is on the east elevation, south elevation. Second floor, you take you place that round
The round window.
window there. And we replace it with a full light maybe, or put a smaller window there. But I think the rest of the property itself blends right in with the property next door. So I'll just say, I'm in favor of this. It's a nice house.
Thank you, John.
You're welcome.
Anybody else ready?
Well, ready? I'll go if you want.
I'd love that, Diane.
I got a couple things that if you look at the pictures while they're going around and you see other houses sort of off in the distance, most of them do seem to have a darker trim than white. Looks like gray and stuff as you go. I don't know. The white doesn't disturb me, but it's a question what other people think. I think the windows on the, I guess it's the south elevation, there are too many round windows. The windows in the right side should be split, and perhaps the windows below them to not make that side quite so heavy as compared to its mate on the other side. I agree with, excuse me, I agree with the front steps being simple and the front door being more what we're expect down there. I think I'd love to see it if it could come in. I think it brings back the memories of the 1830 or 1800 so house, and I don't think it's out of place down there, but I think it's if there was some way of just bringing it down a little bit, making it shorter than the 80 feet, it would be good. I can't see the rest of the stuff. I haven't seen a site plan. I don't see that you have any added massing as such. Perhaps if you brought it in, you could come down without running into the side lines. But I like the drawing, and see, it goes from border to border, from
Yeah.
sideline to sideline, absolutely tight. And the buildings in front of it, it's, I don't know how you can look as if to free it up some, but I think if you came in a little more, if possible, it would be good. Thank you. That's it for now, but I think it will look very nice.
Thanks,
you.
Diane. Valerie, are you ready?
I'm not ready.
Stephen, are you ready? Stephen Welsh?
Here I am.
Are you,
Yeah, I'll go. So a little concerned about the width. However, if you're looking at the locust map, you can see that unlike the next door neighbor that's on 2 lots and stretches across both of them, that this is typical for the area. So given that, it's a little bit less of a concern for me. I think the fenestration, it's a nicely designed building. And I think that well, I understand the comment about the stairway. I think the friendship stair, I think that it's appropriate. The gambrel tends to be, it's not an overly complex structure. It's got pleasant lines. And as long as the stairway isn't ornate, I think that it lends itself to either a very simple or slightly more complex set of stairs as these are. And I think that the rest of the structure is appropriate. I will note there is a circle window down on one of those structures facing the harbor. I'm not sure which one it is. The other thing is I would like to see, I think it's appropriate on the south elevation to have the skirt under the porch kind of broken up a little bit with a heavier vertical element, maybe where the posts are above. But overall, yeah, it's a really handsome design.
Thank you.
thank you, Stephen. Val, you ready? You want me to go?
Yeah, go ahead.
I'll go before Val, but just pull her thought. My thoughts are that it is lot line to lot line, and I wish it could come in a bit. I'm fine with the front of this, the approach to this house. I think it's really nicely designed. I think the two structure, the garage or whatever that is, that the big building you first meet, I think that's really nice for Easton Street, and then going back the Shell Drive with the houses on the wings on either side of those two. I don't know what they are, but they sort of read as part of the main house. So I think that's really successful. I think to make the friendship stairs, I'm fine with that. I think the only thing that bothers me is the seeing beyond that to the gambrel in the back. If you were to reduce that and pull that in a little closer, I think that would be, it would quiet your eye a little bit. So if you were to take that main mass that's on the water and reduce that, I think that would be
You mean
good.
make it narrower?
Yeah, well, just shorten the width of that whole mass. This whole mass here. I
Oh,
think
of the
it's
whole
this,
house.
Yeah, so if, and then lastly, I think the elevation that's on the water, I wish it had a little more interest. I don't mind the two gambrels coming towards, and I don't mind the inset porch, but on the second floor, I think there's room for something a little more interesting. It starts to look a little hotelish, and I think you could do something more shingle style to give it a little more interest than just filling in with the two balconies, one over the other. I'd like to see something a little more interesting there. So when we coming in on the boat, we just have something fun to see.
I mean, are you thinking of, are you suggesting that as massing or fenestration?
Both.
I mean,
I think it's the having the balustrade go across. I think it's.
oh, so
it's
maybe
taking-
making that more interesting. We did a
Yeah,
little
it's-
sketch of a balustrade over the front door. That was just a little bit more shingle style and more interesting.
Yeah, the front of the house is spot on, but it somehow.
The only comment I was gonna make is, what I think I would maybe wanna see is some harken back to, there's some curved elements in the porches on the old house, maybe on the front, or maybe on the water side, something that would,
I mean, from driftwood.
yeah, you know, that right there,
Mm-hmm.
something along akin to that.
Maybe that could be a detail that we incorporate under that front porch.
Something like
Yeah.
that, I think would really give you that wow factor that these houses all have. And the circle window is certainly appropriate to the style, so I don't have a problem with that. But then with Abby's comment on the rear, maybe there could be some sort of overhang on one portion of that also does that. I don't know, but just.
Yeah, it's the hard part is we're really right up against the 50-foot setback. I mean, we'll take a look at that, but you know, there's the Concom setback that's right there.
Well, just a roof over it or something. I don't know.
Oh,
So
you mean,
anyway,
yeah.
it is a very handsome building, and I so appreciate going back to this style.
You asked me what to do, and I think when we look at the old driftwood pictures, what I'm seeing is there's a lot of quiet space, there's a lot of roof, there's a lot of, the sides are not all fenestrated. If you could just quiet that down a bit, I think
On the water side.
on the water side especially, I think you would gain a lot. And I think this drawing here is really nice too.
Yeah, I mean, that drawing was submitted actually based on the 8-step comments, which was to make the doors, we changed the French doors over the front door to look more like windows, and then to add that detail on the railing. And then also, they were a little concerned about, they would prefer to have seen more piers as opposed to solid foundation, which is what that was reflecting to, also with a skirt board, a water table.
Yeah, I like that.
So we can certainly, and we have incorporated a single-story mast that's on the left side where that deck is. It still goes lot line to lot line, but I do want to stress, to Stephen's point, there's no building that's going to happen to the right of this place unless the Coast Guard station moves, which I don't think is going to happen. If you go back to that rendering in the locust map, there is space between this building and, well, that doesn't show. You have to, blow up the locust map, but on the water side, there is a ton of space to the right of this building. It's not going to really appear. And there's the dock that has the Coast Guard boats. That's right in front of it. So it's.
What about shingled posts maybe on some of the, not, I'm not suggesting all of it, but that,
On the pilings?
no, on the porches somewhere.
Or you know what we've
Oh.
done in the past, Val, down there, is we've done a shingled wall to a short tapered wood post,
Yeah,
which has some shingle style characteristics.
I think it eliminates some of what Abby's maybe thinking about, all the balusters. I don't know.
Balustrade. Okay, do you have enough homework?
Yes.
Or I
Okay.
make the motion to hold for revisions. How about that?
Thank you, Diane. On Diane's
Madam
motion,
Chair, through NHSAB, they requested,
and to go back to HSAB?
they asked that, if that's,
Yeah.
if you're so
of
inclined to
course,
that.
Yeah,
Lisa, are we keeping this?
You can.
Okay.
Yeah. Holly already has one.
Okay. Do you-
No, I have two. You can throw it away.
on Diane's motion, John,
Is this a new garage or the cottage?
hold for revisions
No, but it's a new garage or cottage?
on
We're still
the
on
new
the
dwelling,
house.
on the new dwelling.
The main one.
Yes,
Okay, let me
Yeah.
see here.
and Val,
Yes, aye.
and Stephen,
Aye.
and I'm an I.
Would you mind if we reviewed the other three buildings? Just because
Sure.
we could get working on those from a
We've
permit
got
perspective.
another 2.5 hours.
Well, hopefully I won't be here for that.
Keeping those.
Thank you.
Excellent. This one here is for the garage.
Let's see, where are we?
Yes,
garage, new garage.
New garage is number 7.
Yes.
Number 7, okay, thank you.
You can start whenever you're ready.
Hold on, I'm just looking for the.
Toasted in the car for
So
3
this is
months.
which building are we looking at now? Okay, so this is the building that's closest to the road. We did come up with a new elevation that dealt with one of the HSAP comments, and I'm just trying to find it. But I think in general, it was well received. I think the one concern was a change in angle to the dormers, which is what we were proposing to change, and just make it a consistent 7 pitch. So that you see how the dormers change angle?
Yeah.
Trying to keep it lower, but given that it's so much lower than the house, I think just making it a little bit taller and keeping that consistent 7 pitch was one of the suggestions that Mickey had.
So, yeah. That's a good idea.
And I have a drawing of that I can email Esmeralda, just on one elevation that she could pull up.
Madam Chair, while she's gonna email that, sorry, I didn't want to.
Go ahead.
Sorry. With time here. So HSAB, there really was a minor comment, and they said that the dormer pitch and the upper roof pitch should be contiguous. or continuous. I just wanted to point out that if you look at the overall gambrel pitch to the previous driftwood, it's very similar. It's wider, it's not as steep. And I think that actually really harkens back to that original gambrel that was there. But I definitely agree with HSAB's comments on that dormer, on both sides. Kind of looks like ears.
Yeah.
Thank you, Holly. Anybody want to go first?
I agree with that. I think that will really tie it in with the house better. I don't believe we saw the change with the house.
No, it doesn't happen on the house. The door
Um,
angle change does not
And
happen on
then
the
I
house.
think if those windows have to be a little smaller, it seems like it's okay. As a result.
This is number 7.
Well, they wouldn't be
Seven.
smaller, it just the
Okay.
pitch the building gets a little taller, Val.
Right.
Oh,
Are you done, Val?
yeah.
John,
Yes,
what do you think of the garage?
okay, one quick look. Okay.
It gets 9 inches taller.
I find it compatible with the other structures. I'll move. It's compatible with the other structures, I'll move.
Thank you, John. Stephen?
And no concerns. Oh, actually, I do have a question, and I should have looked at this in the application, but what are the colors? And are the shutters going to be the same color as the trim?
No, the shutters are mineral alloy, which is a blue, and the trim is white.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Do you have the rendering, Stephen?
Is that mineral alloy? Is that like a gray blue?
Grayish blue, yeah.
Grayish blue. Okay.
No,
It's
take
what
a
is on
picture
Le
and
Petit
send it.
Cottage, Abby, in Sconset. Do you know the little Le Petit Cottage, that little building in Sconset that Debbie
Oh, at the
Belichick did?
Shell and,
Yeah.
yeah, center.
Yeah.
it's good.
You're okay with that?
Yeah, it's good.
Okay, good. Diane?
No, I'm okay with it. I like the color that they show here, at least on the thing of that funny blue. And I have no problem with the garage thing.
Excellent. John, were you going to make a motion?
Oh, for the,
No, I think
Cottage?
you were going to make a motion to okay this.
okay, the garage,
Yeah,
With the modified
okay.
pitch.
this is a cottage.
okay.
I just
Would
wanna
you
know.
like to make that motion, Val?
Sure. I would make the motion to approve this with the pitch matching the top of the gambrel and thereby getting a few inches taller.
Okay, thank you, Val. On Val's motion to approve this with the minor change,
Cottage.
the cottage, no, the
Through staff.
garage.
You done the garage, all right?
No, we didn't finish it, John.
New garage. You're right, this is a new garage.
Mhm.
Apparently. So,
Hold on.
are you in favor with the minor changes?
Yes,
Yes. And Stephen,
I'm still in favor.
you're still in favor, and Diane? And I am as well. Thank you.
I
We'll submit a new set of drawings that matches this exhibit. And then these next two buildings are identical. They're the little cottages in the front. And
didn't say, okay.
one's a cottage and one's going to be probably like a gym. And they're just mirror images of each other. The doors face towards the house, so the elevation you see from the street is the, oh my goodness, can't even read that. Would be the north.
Here, Abby.
Thank you, Lisa. Has anybody had a chance to digest it?
Is it the north that faces the street? Yeah, with the two windows and the shutters. The doors face the house.
Madam Chair, minor comment from HSAB. They just said that the roof pitch could be a little shallower.
Oh, thanks. A little shallower.
I think we might, what pitch is that, Holly? I can't see. I should be.
Which roof?
They wanted a little shallower. I think we were matching.
12 by 9, 9 by 12.
9 by 12?
Yeah,
That's what they are.
Nope. They are not, yeah.
yeah, that's what they are, is 9 by 12.
So what do they want, an 8 by, what do they want?
They just said shallower.
Are these revised? No, maybe not. I mean, we could certainly reduce them to an 8. But
Any comments on that?
Haven't got too much room to widen them.
Go ahead, Bob.
I am indifferent either way. If this ties into one of the pitches on the other structures, that would seem to make it consistent. If the idea is to make them have less presence on the street, then dropping it a notch is fine too.
Diane, what do you think? Drop it a notch or it's perfect?
Maybe I would like to see it dropped a notch. The 9 by 12 is not quite as soft as what I seen on the big house, on the main house. So I could go with the softer one.
Right,
with an 8 and 12.
8 and 12. Okay,
Yeah.
Stephen, do you agree with that? Where are you
Yes.
on that? Yeah,
I
okay,
agree.
good. Excellent. Okay, so can we make that motion with that? Okay,
make
with
the
the,
motion.
with the new 8 and 12 pitch.
Yes, with the 8 and 12
Make
pitch.
the pitch of the roof a little shallower.
Through
Okay,
staff.
that's John's motion. On John's motion, Val,
Aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
Diane,
I
and myself, I'm an aye.
And the other one is the mirror image.
I would
Yeah.
motion to approve the next one as it's the exact same.
Thank you, Val. On Val's motion, Diane, Stephen,
Aye.
John, on the mirror image. John.
Cottage or the gym?
They're both
On
the
on the
same.
identical cottages. Are you okay?
We got both of them.
We got both of them and
Yes.
Yeah.
with the 8-12 pitch, and I'm an aye.
Great, thank
So-
you.
Ta-da. Nicely done.
That's it.
There's that. Now you can have them.
Thank you, Lisa.
It's for you. This is for you. This is for me. That's for John. Oh, sorry, John.
And this is what 5 Surfside Road?
Yeah. Yeah. Good evening, everybody.
Oh,
Tori.
well, hi, Tori.
Tori.
Hi.
5 Surfside Road.
5 Surfside.
This is actually the cottage, Esmeralda, that has already been approved on consent. Sorry. This is the main house, it looks like. Okay, great. Thank you.
I thought 5 Surfside on consent was a historic determination.
That is for the main house that we're reviewing right now. And I'm talking about the cottage was on consent a couple weeks ago. It was just
Oh,
adding, that little barn-like structure to the left in that top left picture. We added 2 egress windows that were on consent a
That
couple
was
weeks
built
ago.
by Kyle Snell, probably 10 years ago.
Yes. So, we'll go through the, changes when you're ready.
Go ahead, Tori.
So this is a circa, I believe, 1900 original structure. We are looking to do, I forget the exact square footage, roughly 158 square foot addition. Can we stop for a minute? Oh, there, that's a good one right there. Sorry. Basically, this little piece all the way to the west on the proposed floor plan main house where you see the yellow part with the addition highlighted, that is currently not connected to the main structure. So we're looking to do this small addition in the back, tucked in behind the original 1900 structure, to connect the main house to that little remote room there. And then we will also be lifting and putting a foundation underneath. Holly will obviously have HTAB comments. Should we have done those first? No. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm happy to stop and let you do that, Holly, if you like.
No, you
Okay. We will be doing benchmarks and surveying and be setting it down in the exact same height and all of that to document for you. With the exception of 6 inches at that back westernmost additive room that I just described that we're trying to connect by that small addition in the back. The front of the house, sorry, let me just turn this off. So there's the addition right there. We are working with the Historical Commission on this. And we originally had more fenestration in this bit, but after their initial review, we've paired it back to just the double doors and the double set of 6/6 windows, double hung windows. In the addition, you can see that it's tucked right inside the main original 1900 structure and that little westernmost piece. And we've bubbled there that I believe it's a 6-inch difference once we set it back down only in that back area to make a cohesive floor system for the whole project. HSAB had some issues with the egress windows on, is that, I always get it wrong, Vesper or Vestal, that other road, the corner?
Vesper Street.
Vestal. So they were not fond of
Vesper.
the window wells on the main original 1900 structure. And I believe they may have not been fond of the one on Surfside. But I'll let you guys determine what you feel you'd like to review. And I believe that is most of everything.
Thank you, Tori.
Of course. And oh, also, the designer Polly Waldorf is on if you have any questions. There's your roof pitches and the connection to that addition there in the back.
Okay, thank you. Holly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this is the Grimes House, a circa 1900 structure. It's a 1.5-story wood frame building with a single-story rear additions on a concrete foundation. The applicant is actually going through historic tax credit application process. So as you are aware, that also requires a historic determination. So that was also on consent this evening. So thank you for approving that. And they'll also be going through the Nantucket Historical Commission for their concurrent review of the actual proposed historic application, which is required to go through MHC for their tax credit application. HSAB took a look at this. They had very minor comment on the proposal. and that was that the window wells on the main mast facing both the streets will be visible and should be eliminated. Understanding the reason for having the window wells, I agree with HSAB. And they should not be visible. So anything that could be done to mitigate the visibility off the this corner lot would be most appreciated. From staff's perspective, and the only minor comment I had, which will only maybe be obliquely visible, would be the proposed French door within that new connector. The typical light pattern that you all usually approve is a 12 light with a kick panel, unlike what's being proposed here. Very minor comments. That's it, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Val?
I'll go. I think this is very sensitively done, nicely done. My suggestions for the window wells facing the street, the one facing Surfside, you could tuck around the corner near the chimney, as that's a single window, and the one facing Vesper could tuck around the corner as well and just be a single window, and that would eliminate those on the main mass. I think they're behind screening as well, so I don't have as much concern about those, and I appreciate the design.
Yeah, very good. Stephen?
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, I think it's appropriate changes. I do agree with HSAB. I'd like to get some clarity though on the window, the doors. I saw a tear sheet in here, I thought from Anderson Window.
It's up front. Excuse me. I
There's
don't
a
think
French
it's
door wood
Anderson.
section. I may have had a different application open just a moment ago. I was looking through these.
Boston sash, Boston sash.
Yeah, it's called out in the application, the windows are, but I didn't see the door called out, although I do see a section of the.
Do you see where
Door.
Esme is? I think it says Simpson, right? But I
Oh,
think
you know what? Yeah, you know what it is? Sorry, Tori, that your door schedule and window schedule it's the same font as the Anderson window. This looks
okay.
just like their takeoff.
Okay.
So
I will,
I've been looking at
yeah.
it. Okay, you're good to go. Thank you.
Okay, and I will say that just to Holly's comment, I'm sure that the applicant would be amenable to the kick panel and changing the light structure.
Oh, good.
Oh, good. Diane, thank you, Stephen. Diane? John, are you
There.
ready?
I think if we could move the windows around the way Val suggested, it would be good. I don't think we should have them on the front of the house. It's house is sort of seen from all sides where it is. So, are there any rules or regulations that we don't know to get that historic description that they've been going after? Can they raise it and do all that stuff and still get it?
Briefly
Sorry,
through you.
Diane, what was your question?
I can answer that, Tori.
Okay.
So briefly through you, Madam Chair, basically, whenever a application is going for historic tax credits, the Massachusetts Historical Commission will be reviewing compliance for these proposed plans, making sure that it meets the Secretary of the Interior standards for rehabilitation. There's 4 set of standards for basically preservation. Preservation is your up topmost. We don't do anything to it. Case in point, Drayton Hall in South Carolina, in Charleston.
Yeah.
Nothing's done to it. Rehabilitation is pretty much what historic districts see, but it's also keeping certain features available. There are certain changes that are not in compliance with the Secretary of Interior standards, and they will be very strict on that. So rest assured with this proposal, this is very, very minor. And I was also told by the consultant that's helping the owner apply for these tax credits that they've also revised the plans based on MHC's first initial review, which I am very appreciative of because that helps your job as well as Historical Commission's job. So hopefully that helps your question.
Yeah, that it does. I just didn't know exactly what it required that we do. So, if it's good enough to pass them, I would go with what has been proposed. I appreciate it coming away from the front on the French doors. Are we going to do a kick panel at the bottom?
It sounds like that's going to be in the motion.
If
Yeah,
I
good.
could, yeah, when you're ready, Madam Chair, I just had one comment about the window wells.
Okay, go ahead. I think we've all, oh, sorry, we want to hear from John. Do you mind if we hear from John first?
Of course, of course,
Okay.
of course.
Still alive sitting over here.
Yeah, no, I was coming back to you and then go ahead, John.
Okay, on the 40422.
Need to be home by
That's the bottom
7:15.
right, that's the top of this. You see a lady standing there next to the far back shed. Right, this shed was there, was built on there, was actually used as a fishing shanty, skeleton. It's right here, 1950 scallop shanty. But it was there as a scallop shanty, yeah, he built it and he used it for years later. It's just for how long it sat around. Sid Killen bought it, fixed it up and sold it. That's the story of that. And that's, I find.
That rounds that
everything
out.
that's in, everything's on this page right here. It's applicable to the neighborhood. There's other small sheds there. And I have no objection to it being approved.
Excellent. Okay. So going back to some of those things that people were concerned about. So, oh, sorry, Tori, did you want to say one?
Yeah,
more
I
thing
just wanted
about the
to
window?
make a couple comments on the window wells if we could. And thank you for that information, John. That explains the disconnection from the main house. If we move the one that Val suggested that's on Surfside Road over to by the chimney, it's in the walkway areaway to access in between the two buildings. Is there any chance we could get some vegetation screening or in perpetuity on that front one by any chance? And then there's also a section of the window wells, if you'd like to see how low profile they are, if that helps your guys' decision in mitigating a decision to keep them where they are versus moving them.
Holly, remind me of the date of this building, please.
I think it's 1900, Abby.
Abby,
Yeah, Diane.
can I just say about the window on the front is that one of the things that I find and have been mentioned to me is that they light them up at night and they become quite a focus of when you have the rest of the house and then this light on the side coming out of the ground. So I think that that has to be or should be considered that it is detrimental to the rather serene and historic facade of the front part of the building.
Yeah, I completely appreciate that. There is the plot plan, I believe, shows the section of the window wells, and you can see the screening there. And you can see the plot plan will also show the distance of the window well from the road, if that helps.
Okay, so thank you, Tori. What's the
welcome.
pleasure of the board?
You hear from David? Did you call David? Barrett? I said his number.
Diane, are you talking to us or? Okay, so what would be the motion here?
I would like to speak
What?
before we go to this vote.
Okay, why don't you speak now?
If everybody notices, on the page. Come on, buddy.
So did Johnny make a motion?
John, he has one more comment. He's trying to find it.
I'm making a comment, yes,
Oh,
Hold on one second, Diane.
okay. Well, apparently they want to put the addition on the roof here, in here. It shows in the south side, photos of that. It shows photovoltaic. It's not here. It's kind of there, okay.
On this,
No, that's not photovoltaic, that's not the new stuff that, for the roof, redo the roofing. Right. You saw a picture of it right here. Here it is, right here, this from 4/4/22. And it shows clear glass pane.
Is he talking about the double doors that you can see on the existing building?
15 of these, okay? You know where they are?
right, but now they have,
Oh, that's
Okay,
a
we got
French
it.
door, right? Or is it a roof?
yeah, no, it's a French door.
Huh?
It's a French door.
Okay. I stand corrected. To me, it looked like them.
Oh, I see what you, oh, okay.
Yeah, it
No, no, no.
looked like to me on that.
Oh,
south
no,
roof.
no, okay, okay. So,
Right.
I think we're all set. We just need a motion.
I'll make the motion to approve.
Okay, so some people have an issue with the window well in the front of the house. But John, do you want to add to your motion that it would be screened by vegetation? Because it's on the front of the house, the one people are objecting to.
That's going on the front of the house?
Yeah, right there.
Well, this standard 4-panel door.
So you see this window well right here?
Right.
It's on the front of a night.
Adios. Right. Yeah,
You're okay with that?
sure, motion.
Okay, so, sorry about this, but, here we go. A motion to approve as submitted, Val?
I would be okay with that, with the screening of the window wells facing the streets on the main section be in perpetuity.
Okay, can you add that to your motion, John? Vegetation? Can you add vegetation to that motion?
And the door becoming a 12.
Okay, so now we're,
Can we get some Madam Chair?
yeah,
I'm sorry, but we get lost in this nonsense. And I did have a question that I think is material. Can we get a clarification of the depth of, not the depth as in from the grade to below grade, but the depth as in from the street to the house of the window wells?
That should be on the site plan. Thanks, Stephen.
That's the one thing I didn't see was a site plan.
Oh,
Yeah, so
try
So
the
back-
end. It could be at the end. I saw it when we started.
So my concern is the depth in that dimension, but also what the finished material will be. at
There
grade.
it is, right there.
Okay. So then my only concern is what the finished material would be at grade. So if it were stone, like a blue stone versus, a plastic edge, something along those lines. So I just want to get some clarity on that. Thank you.
right.
It's
Sure.
landscape lumber. Sorry, this is Polly Waldorf. It'll be landscape lumber.
That's the
Around-
designer, guys.
Yes, sorry.
Oh, like pressure treated wood?
Yes, very low profile too. So, I mean, with the vegetation, it'll completely be concealed.
It doesn't seem appropriate for a historic house.
no, it doesn't.
We're open to changing the material if you prefer.
This is the front of the house. This is the window well on the right.
Front door, yeah. Thank you.
Okay, so what are we gonna do about these window wells?
Do you guys have a preference?
I
Well,
thought we had made a suggestion that they all go away from the front of the house, of the historic house.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you heard Diane, if we move the one in the front to the chimney, it's right in the areaway to walk through between the two structures from the driveway. So
It's
I
actually
would-
more visible too if we move it to there
Move it to the back.
from the
Well,
street.
actually, I think in front of the chimney on the driveway is more visible. It would be maybe the other side of the chimney would be better.
That would be, I think, right in front of the gate.
Does it have-
okay, but, so we're not going to go back and forth.
Does it
Maybe
have to
we,
be so big?
Well, I think what's hard is that this site plan doesn't really show us what's existing for vegetation or what it's gonna be, and that's hard. If we had something to sink our teeth into.
There's some photographs, if that helps right there, Val.
Excuse me, comment.
And nothing's going to move when you lift the house, all that rhododendron is going to be there?
Polly.
The rhododendron might need to move because that is where one of the window wells is. But we
Right.
can certainly kind of attempt to maintain it as a shield for it, for the well.
okay, so Tori, it seems that there's no concern about the addition, but the window wells in the front and the side, there seems to be some, inappropriateness. So I wonder if we shouldn't hold for you to revise those window wells.
I have a comment.
I'll
think
make a
they're-
motion to hold for revision.
If I could suggest, Madam Chair, through you, if we could, you could give us a suggestion of a material change, and we could do it through staff. That would be amazing.
Well, I'm not hearing that.
And location or material change, and if we were able to present the drawings through staff is what I'm suggesting.
John, what do you, what do
My
you?
comment is this. You don't see it. There's a board fence right across here,
Right.
but you can't see on this side. There's a place to put it. This is a chimney. You're gonna rip all that out to put another piece on it, I guess, from what I heard. Yeah, get rid of this from the front, put it in the back. Solution.
They
Right,
have a-
there
they have a
seems
door
to-
there.
There seems to be a
Yeah.
consensus. Tori, what's the feeling of the board? We have to either hold for.
I make a
revisions, Go
motion
back and forth.
to hold for revisions.
If I could, Madam Chair, sorry, Diane, just one more. We're trying to meet a historical commission deadline. And so anything we could do to produce, any kind of an agreement would be super helpful.
When we have a motion on the floor, we can't do everything contrary to what we're thinking about to have something pass somewhere else. We are responsible for what is there a year from now.
I understand.
But Tori, do you understand the objections to on the front of the house and the size of them on the side?
Yes, I was simply
Okay.
suggesting if you were to suggest a material change, if that's what you want, and a location change through staff so that we could present those drawings for approval through staff and make those changes, that it would be certainly appreciated.
I don't think it's just a material change.
I said and location.
So I think, well, we have a motion on the floor from Diane to hold for revisions. So,
All right, how about this? How about,
Maybe hold for revisions and be on the Thursday agenda.
That would be amazing if we could do that.
okay, so on Diane's motion to hold for revisions, Val,
aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
John,
All right,
and I'm an I.
Wonderful. Thank you, guys.
We'll have that for Thursday.
Yes.
Thanks, Tori.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
He's collecting, not handing out. I mean, he's handing out, not collecting.
Tori, is
Yep,
this,
Yes, it's me again.
okay. Holly, is there any?
Okay.
Go ahead, Tori.
Okay, so essentially, with the exception of the material makeup of the window, which we'll discuss, we're looking for like-kind replacement of all the windows in this building. I presented the past approval. Could you stop there for a minute, Esme or Holly? So I think that says 2005, is that right? When this addition was done. So these are not necessarily old windows. I can't read the date. Is it 90? Is it 2005? Or yeah. Yeah. So obviously that back right corner closest to the harbor is the original building. This is all the new building. They need to replace all the windows in the entire building. Our first choice is Anderson SDLs. It is out of the historic district, so on and so forth. But Holly and I have at length discussed the historic integrity of the property and the building in and of itself. So I have presented the prior approval to date stamp when those windows were installed originally, and am open to discussions. HSAB was amenable to an all wood window with SDL configuration for the Muttons. So if that's where the conversation leads, we're open to that conversation. And with that, I'll leave it to you.
Thank you, Tori.
Yep.
Holly. Thank you, Madam Chair. So as you all aware, yes, this is not located within the old historic district, but it is located in the historic district, and it is obviously the life-saving museum back from the 1960s, which is contributing towards the historic district. And that addition that is shown on these plans, done in 2005. HSAB did, I at my request, asked them to take a look at this. Replacement windows, they looked at this April 25th. Replacement windows should be wood SDLs and match existing style. I would agree with that. The 2005 windows, obviously, which were replaced, were actually done as TDLs, and the new addition was obviously approved in 2005, 2006. So if wood SDLs would be amendable, that would be great, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Holly. Let's hear from the.
door and window schedule on here is from when this was approved. Right?
They're the exact same size. I guess I need to update that, yes, with if we were to go to a wood. And I'm happy to submit that through staff, no problem.
Oh, there's the schedule. Let me see that.
It's up there.
And this door and window schedule was focused on the cupola renovation, if I remember correctly.
I didn't see one. So what is on there now?
TDLs,
PDLs with storms?
yes. It's almost, some of them almost have plexiglass over them. Obviously, the elements are a concern here with the exposure.
Okay, so moving right along, who would like to comment on these first?
I'll comment.
Go ahead, John.
I think what is preservation of the building and the way it was when you built it. Some plans of Neil Parent, and I think it's appropriate the way it is.
With the TDLs?
Yeah.
They're replacing the windows with the TDLs. Okay, thank you, John. Val, what's your thought?
Well, it's been our policy that if it is not right on the street in the old historic district, we have some leeway with the windows, and it does make sense to be more energy efficient. So I would be okay with changing these to SDLs as long as the grills stayed in permanently, you know, not any snap in or yeah.
What is the make of the SDL that you're proposing?
Our first choice would be the Anderson 400 series. Believe it or not, they make all of these configurations. If you would like us to take the route of the HSAB suggestions, there are 3 companies that we would have to research lead times and cost, and that's Norwood, Green Mountain, and Boston Sash, I believe.
Okay.
With an SDL interior.
Anderson, I think, is that their muntins are not,
You're fat.
yeah, they're chunky. They're
Yeah.
not like the old windows.
Right.
So probably one of those other brands would be better.
Yeah.
Okay.
In terms of a more energy efficient window, I'm okay with that.
Wonderful.
Right, okay. Stephen?
Thanks. Well, I'm a little confused because the original application indicates it's replacement of the cupola windows, and now we're looking at replacement of all the windows.
That was
No?
my
Or is that just part
that
of
was
the
just
letter?
part of the historic documentation for the date of the windows. This is the actual application that I submitted.
Yeah,
All
you
windows.
submitted to replace all windows.
Yes.
The prior application indicates the cupola windows. There's a letter to Mark Boyd indicating the cupola windows. There's an application indicating the cupola windows. And then there's a drawing suggesting that all the windows will be replaced. So my take on this is that with respect to energy efficiency, a single hung window with proper storms can actually give you a better U factor than the Andersons because they don't tend to have a storm because they're double glazed windows. And I think that this is, you know, maybe the cupola would be okay, but this is kind of an interactive facility. It's not like a structure on Main Street that's on the second story where the windows are being replaced, where they're really out of view and no one's up close to them. So I would have concerns about going to SDLs versus TDLs. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Stephen. Thank you, Stephen. Diane?
Yes, I would too on this, and you could see it from all sides. And I think that Boston Sash or Green Mountain both have worked out well, and their wooden frame, wooden window, and I think that's important not to have it plastic or vinyl or whatever. I think this is considered a historic building, and it's certainly one that should call for better windows than Anderson 400s.
Thank you.
Does the windows on the
So I would
building
go
now
with
have storms?
Val, was that directed at me? Sorry.
Somebody.
What was the question?
Do the existing windows have storms?
No, they
In
don't.
these photos, they're not present, but you can see on some of the other photos on the sides, and I believe on the cupola, they almost have like a plexiglass right there. They have like a plexiglass almost covering. It's not really a traditional storm, from my knowledge, unless don't know something about them. See that right there also seems to have like a
To me, it would be worth not having a storm and doing a different window. I don't know.
Yeah, a wood window with SDL, maybe the combination.
Jeez.
Well, I'd like to see what Green Vermont, or Boston Sash has with them.
I'm
For
happy
this.
to come back. Yeah, I'm happy to come back with a window schedule with some samples for you guys.
Let's hear from, John now.
Okay.
Thank you. All right, thank you. Apparently, these here were submitted on June 3rd, '06. And they got it approved, I remember, but they never went ahead with the whole thing. And they wanted more applications. You can see it all clouded here, what they want to do, they're making small changes on it. And get the old plan like this, you'll see the same thing. So I don't think there's any problem with it, where it is now and the change you want to make. I think the only thing I can see on there that wouldn't be too great is crosstalk.
John,
We're only,
we're only replacing windows. She just used the old plan.
I was trying to document the date of the windows.
okay, so, what do we want to do about these windows? What's the feeling of the board?
See what other windows she can come up with.
I don't
Then
want to keep bringing
Anderson 400. Let's look at.
So simulated or true divided?
I'll make a motion, see what happens.
Go.
Okay.
Motion to approve with one of the better SDL windows that were mentioned by HSAB to be approved through the office.
Okay. That's Val's motion. John, on Val's motion to replace the windows with a higher grade SDL than Anderson.
What are you recalling as a higher grade? And what-
The
Wait.
HSAB recommended Green Mountain, what was the other one?
Wood SDL.
Wood
Boston Sash and Norwood.
Thank you, Howard. I agree with
You
it.
okay? I did too. Okay, Stephen, what do you think?
I'm a no.
Okay, and Diane?
Diane?
I would like it to come back. I would like to see the other windows, so I'm a no too.
Okay, so I'll be a no too, so we can actually see this and see what the SDLs look like and what the recommendation is. So okay, that motion is denied. So a motion for, could I hear another motion, please?
Further information. I have a motion for further information on the windows.
Okay, on Diane's motion for further information, Val,
Yes.
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Steve,
I'm a no.
and Diane on your motion?
I'm an aye.
And I'm an aye. Thank you. Thank you, Tori.
Thanks, guys. Have a wonderful evening.
Okay. Hi, Ethan.
Good evening.
How are you?
Good. How are you guys
Good.
doing?
Who said tired? I'm tired too.
Should I jump in on
Yes.
it? Okay. Ethan Griffin, on behalf of the applicant. So this is been here a couple times, but it's been a little while, so I just want to recap. This is a proposed renovation to a cottage in Codfish Park on Bank Street. At one point, there was a sort of a fishing kind of shack on this lot. We've provided some research kind of how this might have been developed over time, but fundamentally, this is a shack that was really constructed in the 30s to 40s as it stands right now. We are proposing a renovation, essentially adding a floor. So it's about a 600 square foot cottage. We're proposing about a 300 square foot addition to it. We've done a couple iterations of this, and most of the feedback, both from Wisconsin Advisory Board and from HDC, is they're really looking for something that's more diminutive, much more cottagey, and has some of the kind of funk that is a little more reminiscent of Codfish Park. To that end, there was also some elements that the board really wasn't pleased with, namely the second floor porch that we had on the rear or the interior side of the lot. So you can see the previous submissions. Currently, right now, we have a structure that's got a ridge height of 18 feet off Bank Street, and it is 1910 on the yard side. So this whole thing sits on a little bit of a dip. This is actually lower than the two houses on either side. And we're able to accomplish that by reducing the plate. The floor-to-floor height's only 8 feet. And we essentially have a 2-foot sort of knee wall on the to create this massing. So it's really basically story and a quarter, let's say, massing. We've really only popped sort of dormers or higher elements where we just need the space to kind of get into places, which again, we think is, hopefully more reminiscent of Codfish Park. It's not something we're just kind of blowing this up to create a grand space. We're really just trying to add space, again, where it's necessary to get up to this roughly 300 square feet. Our dormer plate heights are 6'6". Again, everything is sort of as low as possible. We also, from the another one of the suggestions to the board was to more closely pick up on the asymmetrical arrangement of the gable end. So to that end, we're mimicking the 12-12 pitch that faces Bank Street and then matching the 4 pitch on the dormer. We did look at it, just running the 4 pitch, back from the ridge, but it seemed a little incongruous, and ultimately we think this is a little bit more cottagey. We're certainly open to kind of simplifying the dormer that faces Bank Street to just a detached shed, but we added that kind of gable element. Again, it was something as kind of walking around both Front Street in Codfish Park. You see these kind of funky dormers that are, again, sort of popping up so you can just occupy the space. This is the rear elevation facing the yard. This is surrounded by about an 8-foot tall mature privet. So everything sort of below that on the first floor is probably not that visible, but certainly you will see everything on the second floor above the eave. This is the side that faces the water. Previously, we did have sort of a little Juliet balcony there. Obviously, this is the one side where they're trying to maximize glazing. And we've picked sort of cottage, sash windows, reverse cottage windows, bring the meeting rail down close to the eave. Again, the eave is only 2 feet off the floor. So this is very sort of diminutive. The head height for the windows is only 6'4" because the plate's 6'6". It's really, we've tried to kind of scooch everything down as much as possible. Again, there was an earlier point to Commissioner Welch's comment that the application said 22 feet. Again, that was when we initially submitted it. We've since dropped the ridge down to 1910. And again, that's 18 feet on the Bank Street side. So it's pretty diminutive. And I think that is about it. We look forward to your comments. Thank you.
Very good. Thanks, Ethan. SAB, Historic.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Sconset did take a look at the revisions on April 25th. There were public comments as well, and the chair had actually quoted some of them. So Ms. Margaret Van Dusen said that this is a character changing in the old historic district of Sconset. Another example of losses in Cottage Park. What of the existing building is being retained? Janet Ballou, just because second floors had been added to other buildings in Codfish Park isn't the reason for keeping it. One of the advisory board members did say, as one of the few remaining buildings in Codfish Park, it should be treated as if it was on Broadway. We should stop putting second floors on one-story historical buildings. And those are their comments. Again, this is a circa 1938 cottage, if you will. From staff's perspective, last time I did mention, I think I've said it the last couple times, is that most Sconset shacks did not evolve with a second floor. And I know Ethan had provided Henry Chanley Foreman's description and evolution of the historic shacks. And if you take a look at that, you'll see that they don't. Nonetheless, from the proposal that's been submitted on this revision, not sure the gable forward with the combo and the shed and gable dormer is as simplified as commissioners had previously requested. Understanding that it does give a little bit of a quirkiness, if you will. I'm trying to find that elevation. There it is over there. But it's not as simplified as some of the commissioners had mentioned that they'd like to see. Still too many contemporary elements proposed. On the east, that chimney, it's great to see. However, the fenestration in the shed dormer is a little odd, understanding that it is proposed with inside, I think, yeah, here it is. But that is a little atypical and would possibly be viewed. So those are the comments, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Anybody want to begin?
I will.
Okay.
Thank you. Looking at the,
Oh, sorry, do I have a chance to comment before the board gets into it, or do I comment after?
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see you there. Go ahead, Janet.
Okay, I will just reiterate what I've said before, that it's not necessarily a history that Codfish Park should be following and Sconset Historical Area should be following in terms of precedent. I think probably to your detriment, the fact that some of these town meetings and the HDC is open on Zoom means that we can participate rather than flying or taking a ferry over to Nantucket. So I will just reiterate, second floors on the buildings in Codfish Park. I am the sole representative tonight, verbally, just to please reconsider. This is one of the last houses in Codfish Park that can still give a feeling of the charm and the diminutive essence of Codfish Park. And I would encourage you to try to preserve these last couple of structures. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Janet. Okay, so board members. Go ahead, Polly.
I just wanted, for the record, to indicate who the commissioners are, just since we don't have everybody. Camp, McLaughlin, Coombs, Oliver, and Welch.
Okay. Stephen, are you ready?
Yeah. So I think I mentioned at one of the first hearings on this that Ethan, you're kind of in the crosshairs. I wish we had, as the HTC, more support when many of the homes that were represented in the images you turned in as examples of changes were being reviewed and approved. Because frankly, I think much of the diminutive sense of Codfish Park, if not all, is gone. And I don't think it's fair to hold this application to a higher standard without there being a specific element of the structure or elements of this structure. The other structures were, you know, as historic, if not more historic. I think for me, if we're looking at the, let's see, can we look at the sheet labeled HDC 3.3? Oh, what am I looking at that's different? I've got one that shows the streetscape. It's the one, it's the drawing below the images.
Oh, that's what we have, yeah.
Yeah, that's it. So, I mean, and correct me if I'm wrong, but we're looking at the one in the middle, and that's what's proposed versus what exists. Is that correct through you, Madam Chair, to Ethan?
Yes. Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So for me, this elevation in particular, I think it fits, it's in keeping with the character. However, as I've always said, I think it needs to be a little shorter. I don't think we need 8.5-foot ceilings on the interior, which translates, the only reason I mentioned the interior is because it translates to the exterior. In the Codfish Park area, I don't think we need an 8'6", a 9-foot ceiling on the first floor. I think if you could take an additional 6 inches out, this is not an inappropriate elevation. Can we go to the other elevations, please? That extra 6 inches, I think, will on the south elevation remedy some of my concerns. I also think that the gable windows should be, they look to be larger than egress required, so they could be downsized. And anything you can do to just mitigate the second floor, the presence of the second floor, and part of that is by lowering the height of the first floor ceilings, consequentially lowering the second floor. Can we look at the next set of elevations? I don't know who's doing something in the background there, but it's incredibly large if you're on Zoom. This one, I believe, is just the east elevation is just very busy with fenestration. And I'm not quite sure of the visibility except for cross yards. But to the extent the second floor is visible, I think that fenestration needs to be toned down. I don't mind the disparity in sizes. I think it's visually interesting, but it may be the overall size of those windows comes down or something to that effect. I do believe that that chimney should be integrated in some form. It is really atypical, as far as I'm aware, in Codfish Park. And on the next one, your north elevation, it's Ethan, what is, through you, Madam Chair, what is the 1.5 story, 2-story tower there? Is that part of a stairwell or is that a bathroom or?
So through the chair, that is correct. It's a stairwell. And again, that was sort of, at one point we had the whole mass kind of coming out, but that was an attempt to sort of really just have massing where we need it to kind of get you where you're going. So that represents a sort of a articulation of the minimum head height to just get up that little winder stair.
Okay, thank you. I think your initial submission, which is in the upper left, if you were to with respect to that roofing mass would be more successful, especially if you lost some height in the overall structure. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Stephen. Diane, are you ready? Val, are you ready to say? You don't have to say everything.
Ready.
With Stephen on a lot of this, that I do think it's, especially the front facade is appropriate to God fish. So
Right,
I have nothing else to add.
okay.
I'm ready.
Oh, Diane, go ahead.
I think that because we have made mistakes and some of the houses along on Bank Street are too big. We knew it when it happened and we finally gave in. If you read some of the notes, how many times they came before us. I don't think that means we should give up on each and every one of them. I would like to see this come down or the second floor, not as big, obvious as it is. We have a window there on the west elevation is which is, it can't be a door because there's nothing to hold it up, so it's got to be a window. It doesn't need to be so large. That's a 9/6. For what reason? I don't know. It should be smaller so that the whole thing up there is smaller. And bring it down, bring the first floor down. So we don't make a mistake on this house just because we've made mistakes on the other houses. I'd like to see another elevation. That was the west. The south needs not to have 2 out of the 3 windows mulled. They can be made separated to break up the gable up there and made less obvious. Bring it down, make the windows a little smaller. That's the south elevation. That looks down. The east elevation is ridiculous. It is not got any feeling of a Bank Street or the old Cottage or anything else, and should be redesigned. You don't need 3 of those 9/6 windows. This needs to come down and be simplified. Have 1 window up there. They could walk out the door and see the harbor just as well as standing in a room and seeing the harbor. It needs to go. The chimney, which is good, should perhaps come down and be corbelled down lower than going all the way up where it is a wide thing going on the first floor. I think somebody has to spend some time and simplify what's there. Not how long is the eave? Cut it off so it isn't so big. You look around at some of the houses out in Wisconsin and see how they reduce the size and not make it a semi-small copy of a large house. That's what I think they really need to do. They need to bring it down, get rid of the windows that are so big for the place and make that second story less obtrusive. And I've made a few suggestions of how on the north elevation, if you gable the ends of that tower so it wasn't a straight line going around there, it would look smaller. You still, if you're going up the stairs, you still got room to turn. This is probably the best elevation, the north elevation, is to simplest one, and it is the cutest one, I guess is a word, because it has many different angles and it doesn't have long stretches of eaves. So that's what my feelings are.
Thank you, Diane. John?
Yes, page HDC 3.1. Okay, 3.1. No, it's not 3.1. It's 3.4. 3.4, on the bottom of the page, it says yard, north elevation proposed. I think a lot of the small things that are in this application are not insurmountable, because whatever you find in this here, that I can find, is possibly a lot of this is already in Sconset. But I would mention for page DC 3.4, change the round window on the second floor and convert it to a floor light. And that's what I say. I think the rest of it is compatible to Sconset and the small cottages and elevations. Thank you.
Thank you, John. So I think it's me. I think I agree with Stephen. I sort of like the previous north elevation. It's more simplified. I do think I would like to see a corbelled chimney instead of something so modern. You know, you could even put one of those owls. Those are kind of Codfish Park, Sconset E. I find these D windows odd, especially when they go below the, they go just below the roof, the eave line. I'd like to see those shortened and maybe just be a normal 6/6. Again, the chimney seems a little bit modern. And the front of the building, I kind of like the iteration on the west. It's sort of, the quirkiness has sort of gone overboard. But I like it, but it seems almost too quirky. So I sort of like the rendition you did before, where you had the shed dormer on top of the front door. But and if you could bring it down, I mean, it's not very tall, but people are saying they'd like to reduce the height. So I think that would probably be good too. And do you have any questions?
No, I mean, I do appreciate the feedback. I think we've got really good direction to go on. Just to kind of summarize, I mean, I think we can simplify some of the quirkiness, look back at kind of some massing iterations that we explored previously, but while bringing everything down. You know, I do think we can squeeze a little bit out of the floor to floor height. We are 8 feet floor to floor currently. So we're not proposing anything massive. I mean, we're going to probably, with really like small framing, we'll probably wind up with like 7.3 for like head clearance on the inside on the first floor. So this is not, we're not proposing something huge, but I do, you know, to the board's comments, I think we can probably squeeze out a little bit more height. Just to sort of talk about expectations though, we're at 1910 right now on the yard side. I mean, like 19.6 is probably feasible. Again, that's going to be less than 18 feet from Bank Street.
Right.
So I do want to sort of, you know, there is some things that we're working up against, but we really are trying to make it as low as possible. So again, I appreciate the feedback and thanks a lot.
I'd like to make a motion.
Okay.
Motion is to reduce the height by a minimum 6 inches on the second story elements, simplify in some areas, and otherwise listen to the tape and bring back an approvable drawing. Thank you.
I love it.
You're on your way, Ethan. It looks good. Hold up. We have a motion on the floor. Val,
Aye.
John,
I had to make a comment. Any relation to making that 3 rounds into a 6 light?
yeah,
Absolutely.
yeah,
Thank you.
he's coming back for revisions. And John, you're okay? For revisions, and Diane
Okay,
and Stephen on your motion?
Aye.
And I'm an
Aye.
aye. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Ethan. Okay, so on this 126 Main Street,
Madam Chair, we're going to be holding that for per Linda's request.
do we have to go through a motion?
Terry, if you're there, we have a few actually under old business that Linda has asked to be held.
Do we have to open them, Terry? Can we just jump by them?
I think what might be the safer way to do is if you know all Lindas are being held, just make a motion to
Okay,
hold all of Linda's, and then you don't have to open them when you get to them.
okay.
Thank you. And Madam Chair, can I read them, which ones?
Oh, yes. So this is going to be your motion, Val.
Okay.
This is for also the ones for 20 Bishop's Rise.
Yeah.
So that would be number 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 under old business to be held till Tuesday.
Okay,
That's
and,
my motion.
okay, that's Val's motion. On that motion, we're taking out 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 because Linda's not here.
4, 5, 6, and 7.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7.
what about 10 and 11? Accomuck and 42 Eastern,
Well,
under
Wait a
new
minute,
business.
what?
Not there yet.
I know.
okay, we're just gonna vote on those though, at the moment, Diane. So on
Oh, I
Val's
thought-
motion, Diane,
Aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. Okay, so let's go right, is Mr. Topham here? Oh, sorry, that's what that was all about, okay. 7, so
That's Linda's stuff.
Ash. Are we at 8 Ash?
Yeah.
CSI?
All right, what did you plan for this?
I'm not seeing him. Unless he's there.
Linda's not here, so
I thought this was approved by now.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah. It's back. Oh,
What's the score?
what's the score?
Yeah, Bruins hockey. Come on, get with it.
What
Sorry, I
is the-
didn't realize I was muted.
Go ahead.
All right, I think there were some more HCHAB comments, so I don't know if you want to read those first before I speak, or should I come back to those?
You can go, you can present first.
Great. So one, I'm just going to ask that, I made the one revision. I believe that we landed at a point where the addition to the south, which is the bottom, if you look at the bottom of this great picture, it has the hip roof. And I believe that most people seem to like that hip roofed concept on that side. So that's where it landed with the smaller, older 9/9 windows. And then the comments then turned to the south side and that long eave line. And I massaged that by the built structure. I held that eave line and then dropped the porch. It's about 7 or 8 inches so that it becomes a lesser eave line and it reads separately. And I do want to point out, there are photographs that are in here that go along and on this street and in this entire neighborhood. The vernacular that I'm looking to do here of a shed addition on the side of a pre-Civil War structure, it happens with absolutely every abutting structure. They have porches, they have gable additions on Ash Street, Ash Lane, and up on Center Street. And there are photographs in there that support that. And this building, in fact, has changed significantly over its lifespan. And those are great shots where not only what we're doing is obscured by, there's a stone wall, there's ivy, there is a picket fence, there's privet that abuts, the one addition falls behind that where the little structure is now. Historically, where that structure sits now, there was a 2-story barn for 100 years that existed there from the 1880s, it wasn't 100 years, from somewhere in the 1880s to the early 1900s that came down. So there have been other structures in that place, in that position, that came and went, and we want to make a change. This building has changed significantly over the years. From 1765, it was a center mass chimney structure, very different, with no L on the back. There was a small L that was added. In the 1830s, the chimneys moved to the outside, windows moved, things changed around. The rear L came onto this building in 1884, somewhere in that area. It was modified, the barn came and went, a garage came and went. And then in 1990, there was a significant reconstruction of the property, and that entire rear L was completely removed and rebuilt. The same was true on the inside of the house. It was a gut renovation. So the true historic fabric that you see at this point is on the exterior of this building are only window sash, and even a number of those are reproductions. Some of the windows you're looking at right now are actually Marvin windows with vinyl jam liners. The plank frame windows seem to be, something that was there originally, and they were moved around. And I have photographs of the building prior to the 90s renovation and afterwards that show windows going away, 12 over 12 windows that become 8 over 8 or 9 over 9, something like that, those kind of changes. So there've been significant changes that have happened to this back of the structure over the last 30 or 40 years, 30 years actually. And then there's, I think that's it. But there are plenty of neighboring, when you go to the neighboring photos, I think that are farther down, there's the house below is 5 Ash. It's got a little hip roof addition on it. The 10 Ash 1740 has got sheds on each side of it. If you keep going down on those, there's 5 Ash directly across the street. 5 Bay, it doesn't even present on the street. It's got this shed that runs on the side, jammed up on the street. There's the primary entry, and then it turns into a porch. We're the only house, that still respectfully addresses the street as it did 200 years ago. And I think the designs that we're presenting do that. They pay homage to that. They set back from the edges. 43 Center's got a gambrel, or not a gambrel, but a gabled dormer or gabled roof addition coming off the end on a 5 Bay. There's 56 Center, 1840, same kind of thing. And then you go to the one that's hidden behind the images there. If you go down, but anyhow, it shows that all these structures around there have these small additions that create spaces. The porch that we're trying to create is vital. There's this yard space. The only way you access that yard space on the north side is to walk out the front door, down the street, and through the arbor into the yard. At the other end, you've got to go out almost onto Ash Lane and then walk into the yard. So we want that porch to become a gathering spot that opens the property up to the yard. They have children They want to be able to sit out there, monitor the children in their yard. So that's where we are.
So that's all we're talking about is that left-hand side, that porch.
No,
Well,
no.
we're talking about it all. That the two additions are.
The two additions on either side?
This is my third time through with this with you folks and HSAP.
Right, I thought we would have positive work on it. I can't believe it's back. Okay, so,
Madam Chair?
yes, please.
Can we get
Go.
rid of that?
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm kind of feeling like maybe my comments are the reasons why, and I kind of want to mention that I noticed, and rightfully so, I provided the comments. And I noticed that in this application, you've indicated HSAB's comments. And I just want to point out that for the record, comments from staff, I'm the preservation planner for the town, and I have a preservation background, so they're not arbitrary in any way, shape, or form. So I just want to make sure that that is on the record. And I also did receive a comment from NPT, which I sent to the commission today, literally right before I came over here. So my apologies, but if I may, I wanted to read that into the record, if that's okay, Madam Chair. This is dated May 10th. Dear Chairman Pohl, I'm writing regarding the proposed addition on 8 Ash Street, a typical Nantucket house. 8 Ash Street was built circa 1765. The house has undergone various evolutions over the years. A 1990 structural analysis of the house states that a 2-story rear L was added after 1834, probably around the same time that the central chimney was removed to allow for the 4 end wall chimneys. Building with Nantucket in mind states the integrity of the front of a historic building should be maintained. Consequently, on pre-Civil War structures, adding bays or other masses interrupts to its plane is not permitted. Any addition to a historic house should be extended from the rear or side wall and kept inconspicuous as possible. While this house has evolved over the years, the 5-bay facade has remained as it appears today for more than 100 years. We appreciate that the proposed new addition has reduced in size over the course of the HDC revisions and is stepped back from the plane of the front facade. However, it still reads as a 6-bay. As Ash Street is a pre-Civil War era structure, we urge the HDC to consider the clear recommendations found with building with Nantucket in mind. That's all I've done for this entire review process, is indicate the standards that are in building with Nantucket in mind and what would be appropriate. So based on the revisions, HSAB did take a look at this on April 25th. On the north elevation, the new French door should be changed to a new single door next to the existing 12/12 window. The new 3/3 windows in the rear wing should match the existing 8-light window. And again, I just want to emphasize another point from building with Nantucket in mind. Per page 82, on a historic building, a porch should not be of a size or placement that will detract from the historic integrity of the building. Porch additions should be kept to the rear where they can be unobtrusive. The porch addition should not be proposed on the main block of the pre-Revolutionary War structure, rather off the L at the rear. And I'll reiterate that, understanding that this structure is flanked by 2 streets, so it does have visibility on both streets. But having this on the main block, I'll get to it, is my concern based on design standards within building with Nantucket in mind. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Holly. Are you
I'll
ready?
go.
Oh, go.
Sure. So I actually think this has come a way that we could approve it.
Val, could you use your mic, please?
Sure. Can you hear me?
Not well.
Oh, hold on. How about now?
Yes.
And I was just listening carefully, Holly, to what you were saying, but then in my mind, I was thinking of so many houses in town that have beautiful porches off the side of the main structure, and I wish I could identify them by the address. One is on Main Street. It's a funky house that has a big, huge porch on the side and a little like octagonal thing in the corner. And as well as some on India Street. So I don't know that I have or share that same exact concern. I know it's in the book, but I think that this is minimal enough in setback that it's not detracting to me from this main beautiful facade. And I think that making the hip roof on the secondary mass, which I think we wanted to just drop down slightly below the eve line of the main map, really mitigates it from the previous iteration. So I think I'm okay with it.
Oh, good, good. I think it's come a long way too. Stephen, are you ready? Oh, I can't remember.
Yeah, I'll go.
Okay, go ahead.
So, can we go to sheet 3? I'm sorry, no, the sheet labeled 3 of the elevation, so the west. Okay, right. So I think that I appreciate the changes. I think in particular the fenestration change on the windows on the right help to differentiate this mass from the prior existing historic structure. I think that if you compare, you can compare that to the small drawing on the left in the lower half. And also the hip roof change is a dramatic change in terms of the kind of bearing of this addition on the historic structure. So I think those are both very positive. Chuck, I think if I'm looking at your drawings correctly, you intend that the roof of the porch on the left is to be a hip roof, as was originally shown. At least that's what's reflected in the plans. And I think that that's an appropriate element to keep if you're not intending it. And if you are intending it, I just suggest the drawing needs to be revised to reflect that hip roof on the left side of the right side of the porch as you're facing it from the other elevations. But from this elevation, it's on the left side of the main house. Can we go to the next set of drawings? Yeah, so there's the hip on the right side that you'd see from the west. I don't really have any comments on these. I think that we went through this and we addressed our concerns, and I think that they're reflected here. The next elevation, please. Yeah, and again, just some evidence of that hip roof making and the fenestration changes, making this have kind of a separate, it's not an extension, it's an addition identity. I will comment too, we're not looking at the west anymore, but the idea that obviously you do not want to be, as Holly brought up, changing the historic structure itself off the front. But off the side, I do think is historically appropriate on a case-by-case basis. And I think, although I'd like this to be maybe 6 inches less wide, it's not a deal breaker. When this structure is built, when the modifications are built, if this is approved, it's going to look like it's been there for 50 years after the paint weathers a little bit. Those are my comments. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Stephen. Diane.
I appreciate that on the west elevation, the right hand addition with the roof not being square, which gives it more length. It cuts off, and I think the same on the roof over on the left hand side. I think that is good, and I think as you drive around town and the old buildings, that the addition to a little piece like that is not unheard of. it, as, as long as it stays, stays under the roof, the chimneys even, so that is very good. If I could see a couple of other elevations. The north elevation is, I don't know when we got that big window in there. It's existing, so I guess it should stay.
It means a trellis.
It's a trellis.
Yeah, it fills in the space. You don't have windows in it, and if to get into your backyard, as Chuck said, so you don't have to walk around here and there. I don't mind those doors, so you can get in. Ash Street Lane can be funny of how they sort of forgot that there were two different ways of getting into something back in the old days. But I don't have a problem with that. So that's the north, and I guess what, the east. The east is good. I appreciate that there isn't a skirt on the roof walk because it doesn't call such attention to it. I have no major problem with that elevation either. I think there's been a lot of work put in to this building, and it's a very typical one, but it's still hard to keep the old and make the modern fit in, but I think he's done a very good job. So I don't have any more major problems to complain about. Thank
Thanks,
you.
Diane. John?
Yes, thank you. I'll make it quick, then, Sharon. I've been through the whole thing. This house, as requested, fits in mostly into large houses in the immediate area, all on side streets, 2.5 stories. I find the only thing in this house here that has any great conformity is that there are 6 items that I find that it has. It has French doors, 3 light cellar windows, 12/12, 6/6, a 9 light window, and 3/3. That's a combination of what's there and all throughout the neighborhood, not the side streets. That I think is appropriate for approval the way it is, I guess, unless somebody's got other comments. Mine.
Okay, so mine will be brief as well. On the north elevation, I'm fine with the hip roof going over the porch. And on the west elevation, on the far right, I like the hip roof with the smaller windows, the 9/9s. I wish it would come in a little bit. That's all, a couple of feet. I don't want it competing with the main mass. And in the back, there was one window that was removed. That was an old window. I'm hoping you're reusing that somewhere.
That window was modified once. It originally was a 12/12. In 1990, they turned it to a 9/9. I don't.
Wow.
So just so you know, there are 19 different window styles on this building now. And when I say 19, I'm not, it's 9/9, 12/12. We've got cottage style windows. We've got casement windows.
Right, no, I'm not, okay, so I just want to be brief because I think, but so on the east elevation in the back, I do sort of miss a window in that area. It would be nice to have a window there. And those are my comments. And it looks like we have very few revisions.
I would motion to approve
as submitted.
Can I get a clarification, Madam Chair, on that motion?
Yes.
Would that be, Val, with the west elevation corrected to reflect the hip roof on the porch on the left side?
Yeah, so I think it does. It's just in front of the secondary roof.
Well, no, it looks like there's a cap. If you look at that, it looks like a fascia if you blow that up. Look to the smaller drawing to the left. No, I guess that looks the same.
So.
Yeah, what's wrong with that?
Well, it's what's wrong with it is technically a fascia doesn't go on the hip ridge. So
Oh, okay.
if this is meant to be a hip,
Yeah,
there would just be a single line. There wouldn't be a double line. And if it's meant to be a hip, as shown on the other elevation, then this would indicate that the fascia wouldn't be there. So I was just suggesting that it would be corrected in the motion.
It's the
Thank
side
you.
of the other roof.
You think this one?
That's it. It's the existing roof plane, and I've dropped the porch roof. So you're looking past the hip
Yeah.
at the rake on that higher roof.
Val, you're so smart.
Yeah, all right. Okay, so,
Sometime.
all right, what
Good
about the
job.
little window, putting a window there? No, you just,
Where?
right there. There was a window there.
Right here. That one's being removed.
Just one of those, I don't know, one of those 3/3.
Chuck, can you add a window there so we can move you along?
I could modify that window.
Yeah,
to-
take the old one.
Do you see the ones on the gable end that are the cottage style? That are the 6/9?
Yeah.
Which is, that's a 9/9, and I believe if I go to a 6/9, it would clear the roof. The problem is the roof comes in. and
Right,
I'm
right.
trying to get it above the roof.
Sold.
Sounds good.
Just do it.
Motion to approve through staff with an appropriate sized window to go back where it's been removed on the east elevation, second floor.
With the two hips on either side.
With the what?
The porch and the, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's what he's
They're in the
proposing.
drawings.
This last iteration with the hip roof. Yeah.
Okay, on Val's motion, Steve,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
with adding a tiny little window for me, and I'm an aye. So thank you. Thank you for working with the board.
Thank you.
I'm not on the next one.
Where are you going?
I wasn't on it. I wasn't here when it got reviewed and it's my grandparents' house, so.
76 Pleasant,
Yeah. It was.
Camp, McLaughlin, Coombs, Oliver, and Welsh. Who's CSI?
No, that was the one we just did.
Oh,
This is,
JB,
yeah, it's an addition.
He's in Zoom.
let's see him.
Motion to hold for representation.
Who's
He
there?
was
Oh,
here.
we are here. Hello?
Oh, he's here.
Yeah.
Yes.
Sorry about
Hey,
that.
guys. Hi, guys. This is Craig. Hey, Val.
Hi.
Hello from sunny Aspen. Finally.
We've got Sun here
Um,
too.
Good. Sorry, I haven't done too many of these kind of meetings, so I'm just going to I've been listening for 2 hours, so I'm just going to sort of spin into it. We put this design forward to everybody about 6 weeks ago, so on and so forth. And I just felt like we didn't give enough information to the board to be able to really look at what we have at this really special site, right? So we went back and, we've been working on this for a year and going back and forth. Should we do this? Should we do that? It's been a long process. And I think we've come up with, such a great design to keep the structure, to enhance its beauty. I didn't buy this piece of property because I wanted to tear it down. I love Nantucket. It's the only place that I feel at home, and I'm from South Africa. And I just feel like with some more information to the board, we could get better direction, because I just don't know where to go after this. And it's costs money and time, and my wife and I are looking to move out there, not to build something to rent out for 30 or 20 12 months a year. So anyway, going back into it, who's controlling the screen?
Staff.
Okay, so okay, stop there, right there. So if you sort of start looking at this picture of these pictures, and Val is very versed in this place. She grew up there. So it's a small home. It is tiny.
11,
How many people, Val?
11 children in that house.
I mean, that is just, it's nuts. When you walk upstairs to the bedroom, I mean, it's crazy. You can't even, I don't even know how you would get a bed up there. But you obviously did. It might have gone through the old windows of some sorts. But anyway, I've done a couple of historic projects here.
He's stuck.
Bring things back. So you start to look at these buildings and the space. So it's an oversized lot, and you look at that building. It says from north side left. It's got a big orange cone. That's the cottage.
Craig, could I interrupt you for 1 second?
What do I need to do?
No, nothing. It's just that there are only 3 of us here on this application. And so
Okay.
that sort of limits you in, I just want to know if you want to go forward or if you want to wait for, I think it's Ray that's on this as well. Yeah, Ray.
There's 4 of us. There's 4 of us, isn't there?
Yeah, I have Coombs, McLaughlin, Camp, Welch, and Carrie is missing.
Oh,
So
okay.
you're
Diane's
4
there. Oh,
of
is that Diane? Yeah.
5.
So we're 4. Sorry. Okay,
Yeah.
go ahead.
Sorry. So I just want to keep going forward. So, we bought the space. We didn't come in there trying to, knock everything down and keep one piece of it to, build something in the back. I wanted to enhance the cabin and all the spaces that were there. So that being said, I went in, and myself and Uri, we started to go through this. So I've given you way more pictures this time, showing you, what is around us. My neighbors, they skyrocket me. The, Rich, that's right next to me, skyrockets. Liz's house, they're massive, these houses. They're way taller than what we proposed. And, this is a little compound. You really can't see anything from the road. I've just cleared it. We did a bunch of clearing because some of the trees were falling and so on and so forth. But once I'm finished, there's going to be so much vegetation here that the only view that you're really going to see is from Pleasant Street. So if you go down into the documents that we presented to you, and we did a bird's eye view of, like, if you were standing on the street, right, looking at the house from the front, you have to keep going down. You don't even see anything of this house from behind, nothing. All you would see is this cool little addition that we'd like to add on, which is 18 by 18. So I could have a sitting room and a fireplace for my wife and I. That's pretty much all you see of this whole house from the road. You don't see anything else. You'd see a new chimney that we'd like to install. The old chimney, which is absolutely not in use, but we are going to redo it so it still looks like it is a chimney. The design that we have basically allows us to eliminate the existing staircase that's there right now, and it's really not to code. The 2 bedrooms upstairs go away, so everything gets vaulted. And I'm only doing 1 bedroom in the existing cottage. So the reason for us putting the I don't want to say garage, but the addition, let's say, is so that I could have 2 bedrooms, and at least my children, when they come, to Nantucket, which they love, I don't want them to be sleeping in a basement. At least I could have 3 bedrooms where my 2 kids and myself could all be upstairs. If we were there by ourselves, my wife and I would only use the cottage, and we wouldn't even touch that. But this garage structure that everybody is looking at, it's not even a 2-car garage. It's for 1 car that we can put there while we're not on the island. And right behind that, we're going to have a little toy room where we can put, beach chairs and, paddle boards and so on, and kites and all that kind of stuff. And the only reason why there's that right above the front door that I'm looking at right now, the only reason why it's that high is because I need an internal staircase. So if you say to me, you don't like that, well, I have to take it away, make it smaller, and then do I have to go outside to go upstairs to my kids' bedrooms? So I just don't understand that. And if I put the staircase on the inside of the garage structure, let's just call it that, it takes away from space, and then I can't give my children their own bathrooms. So I'm keeping it small. I'm keeping it original. Nobody can see this addition from the street. Nobody drives down Camilla Lane. It's a totally private little road that goes to a compound situation. And if you look there, there's a little man standing there on the road. You don't see anything. And we literally did all these things. So I came back to you with the same design, just showing you more information, just trying to bring everybody to the realization that it's small. And if you see the shadows on the top and next to us on the view from Pleasant and so on and so forth, everybody around us is massive, right? Everybody around us is large. And in one of the comments earlier in one of the houses, Diane was talking about a place on Bank Street and talking about how Wisconsin kept everything, small and cute and quaint. And if you were in a neighborhood where everything around me was cute and small and quaint, I totally get it. I'm just trying to create 2 bedrooms upstairs with 2 bathrooms and keep 1 bedroom in the existing structure and have a kitchen that at least is large enough so that I can have 2, 4, 6, 8 people in my house and I can cook.
Madam Chair.
Yeah, correct, Craig, I think we've got to
Okay,
wrap
that's
up.
it. Go ahead.
Okay, so
That's it.
thank
Sorry,
you for that.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. Holly.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So first off, this is, I think that's actually older than what I've had for information, but at least a circa 1850 1.5-story Greek revival. 1.5-story existing little cute Greek revival. HSAB took a look at this and had some comments on April 25th. They said that the proposed additions are too massive and out of scale with the existing house. The garage should be separated and the rear addition kept to a 1-story to conform to proper added massing. Forward north addition is too wide for the scale of the house, and the chimney should be an interior. The addition on the south elevation needs to be stepped in to avoid a flush wall. The French doors need kick panels. The existing historic windows should be restored rather than replaced. And HSAB respectfully requests revisions should the commission be so inclined. From staff's perspective, I agree with HSAB. First off, the garage should not be attached to the main dwelling. That's incongruent with building with Nantucket in mind, especially for an addition onto this Greek revival. The proposal loses the character defining features of this 1.5-story Greek revival. Those are the comments, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Who would like to go first?
I'll go.
Okay, thanks, Stephen.
I agree with the comments that have just been made. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Stephen. Diane.
I do too.
Well, so what's left for me to say? Wait, John, I think you're whistling. I think you're something's going on over there.
Things going on.
Yeah.
Going in here?
There was a high pitched noise.
You know,
Comments?
Just messing with it, that's why.
Okay, don't mess with it. Don't mess with it now. What are your comments on this 76 Pleasant Street?
I'm getting ready. According to the plans, immediate side, which is the north side, is, it's got a lot of glass if it's visible. And the immediate is a private road going in for those people that live on it. So I don't think any great problem there. But the two garage doors face the north elevation, which is on the left as you go in. I'll cover that. There's another comment here. It's 20. This is listed as 26 feet tall.
What?
There's 6 feet tall.
No, it's not 26 feet tall.
It says 26 feet on it.
It's 26 feet tall. I thought it was lower than that, sir.
It's nothing 26 feet tall. It's there's 21.7
Yes.
for the addition.
The garage, it says is 26 feet tall.
That's 7
No.
feet.
I don't think so.
Well, I saw it.
No, the garage is 22, 2
It's
inches.
21.
7/8.
Okay, go
Yes.
A202.
The building behind it is 26 feet tall, around 26 feet tall, not our proposed building. So the
Or
neighbors
maybe
are
it'll
that
come
tall.
up again. There it is, two.
Sorry, John has the floor. Go ahead, John.
Well, there we go then, I'll wait.
No, you go. It's your turn.
Okay, look at page 202, the top, proposed south elevation. Go up to the chimney. All right, what's it say right there on the right? It's 28 foot, 3.5 inches. On the right one. That one right there.
On a proposed south elevation?
No, that's where the chimney stops. You're gonna relocate the chimney. Right here.
That's,
Wait,
yeah, you're talking about the ridge length is 28. That's from here to here. That's 28.
and this is 19 feet? Yeah.
Yes. That says 9.
12 feet?
That says 28 plus 19.
See where the date is. Okay, thank you.
Oh, that's it? Okay. So,
Great job.
seems to be similar comments on this house, and I remember somebody saying the tail is wagging the dog, and I think that's what we have going on here. That the proposed new massing is overwhelming the old historic structure. So there were
I just
three.
don't know what to do.
There were three. Yeah, well, what you have to do is bring down your additive massing in the back and make it more appropriate to go with the historic structure.
Can I just take the roof line and go straight across?
No.
Can it attach?
You
It has to be detached.
you need to do additive massing. That means that you're telescoping back.
Can I ask a question or comment quickly?
Could
Yeah,
all
go
of us,
ahead. You're right.
The front building, the existing building is 17 feet tall, or a little over 17 feet tall.
Right.
Our additive massing is supposed to be like a half story, or if we start adding to the back, we end up with
Well, you have to
how
use
much,
your
10 foot tall?
imagination. Maybe you can't have a two-story
Yeah, I did.
garage in the back. But
Also, if we go towards the lower size height towards the back, as Craig mentioned, and we have it in the plans, what we try to actually show you, there are buildings which are 26 feet tall right next to us.
That's not the
So,
point. The point is that the original structure is
but the
almost, is just 18 feet tall, and you have to
yes,
telescope back from that. You have to give
yes,
respect to the.
but also the
You can't
existing
see it.
Yuri, stop. The chair has the floor, please.
So, do you have any question about what 4 people on the board have said?
I don't have questions about it, no. I only wanted to explain more what we are trying to do and that we are not overwhelming the neighborhood, or we are not going with, bigger building than anything else around, and it's not going to be visible from Pleasant Street at all.
Well,
This
That's my
This
comment.
should be where the commissioners get to speak. It shouldn't be a backwards and forwards with the applicant.
well,
We have-
I'm trying to do that, Diane, but.
I know you are, but Yuri is taking over, and
I think the applicant understands what we want. He just doesn't
Yeah.
want to do it. So that's a difference.
I agree with
Motion
you.
to hold for revisions.
Thank you, Stephen. On Stephen's motion, John. To hold for religion, to hold for revisions
Yes,
and HSAB. Diane
Yes,
on-
yes.
and Stephen
Aye.
and myself. Aye. Thank you. No, she's gonna go home. She's gonna leave us here.
Okay.
thank you.
Meredith. Huh? Okay.
I think I still have a quorum, correct? Yeah?
For 4.
Camp, McLaughlin, Coombs, Welch. Yeah, you're 4.
Great.
Do you want to proceed?
I would
You don't
that
have
very
to.
much. No, I'd like to. I mean, I think we've made some changes, and so I can start whenever you're ready, Madam Chair.
You're on. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So you've actually seen this once before, and the board had some comments. What we've submitted as part of our submission, in addition to making revisions to the building, the proposed dwelling, is we did submit supplemental information regarding the context, specifically the Monomoy neighborhood, if you will. And we, I think that should be part of the packet, but it just demonstrates that this structure, excuse me, is no larger, and in fact is probably a good indication of the average size of a home in this area. So we did provide some documentation that shows the length of the average home, aerial photographs, and with addresses. The other thing that we've provided for just reference is the landscape plan. Shows the grading, the parking, pretty straightforward. I would also just remind the board that this lot actually slopes down and away from Monomoy Road. So the actual first finished floor elevation is actually below Monomoy Road. So it's already lower than the actual adjacent road, if it matters. Oh, there you go. So these are just, I mean, we've all been in Monomoy. There's clearly it's a home to a number of larger scale structures, and so our overall facade is 87 feet. If you just look at the in the immediate context, you've got 90, 95. A couple houses across the street are 40 and 50, 80 feet, 90, 90, 70. It just keeps going. So I would say that we definitely looked at the context when we designed the structure to make sure that we weren't being excessive. These are great photographs too, by the way. So anyways, if you get a chance, just look through that. As far as changes that we've made to the structure itself, what we've done is basically reduced the roof pitch and dropped the height. So the height of the structure is now 2711. We basically changed all the roof pitches to 11 and a half from a 12, so it dropped the height. We also, begrudgingly removed the roof walk, because I think that really the only comments that we received were that it seemed big. And so what we've done is provided all the historic or all the documentation of other houses in the area that demonstrate that this structure is not by far the largest. It falls pretty much somewhere in the middle. And then 2 was to remove the roof walk and lower the roof pitch. So those are really the only comments that we received. So as a whole, we really tried to make this structure contextual. It's got 2/2s, cottage corners. I think that the massing, specifically the most visible massing, which is the west elevation, we didn't, we spent a lot of time developing, what type of dormer style, rake style, not over fenestrate the facade, but also add some character that we thought was conducive to the Monomoy area. So with that, look forward to comments from the board. Madam Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Matt. We don't have any. Is anybody ready to go?
Sure.
Oh, John, go ahead, please.
Okay. It's a 4-bedroom house. It's a window schedule I find is appropriate for Monomoy or in that area. Exterior architectural features, which are right here. What was the other one? There's a chimney, it's a revised chimney. What is changing on it?
I think we just lowered it slightly. And
put
actually, we also put an owl on it. There's a chimney cap we put on it. Just gets windy out there.
Next thing I would say is front door. You know how I'm a front door man.
Happy to change it.
It's a full light in a wooden panel. You change it from one.
I could change it to a 4 panel.
panel.
I prefer a 4 or a
Fits
2.
into Monomoy.
I'll do a 4. You tell me what you want and I'll do it. 6 panels, fine.
That's it. As far as I'm concerned, it's no different than any other house out there.
Nice, John, thank you. Stephen, are you on this? Sorry, I didn't.
He is, yeah.
I am. Yeah, I gotta disagree with John on this one. Sorry, Matt, but if you're looking at, so I think there's a couple things here. One, if you look at 39, we've got images of 39. It's got that blockular element that this has got going on, but there are some smaller structures attached and to the left and right. This seems just much larger. With respect to 46 Monomoy, this seems larger. And then I'll note the images of the homes such as 38 Monomoy and 47, those are oriented perpendicular to Monomoy Road. So, the visual impact of these structures as viewed from the road is tremendous. Yeah, can we zoom in on the 2 down? Yeah, 45. So 45 is actually located nearly perpendicular to Monomoy Road, whereas the proposed is broadside. So that's my concern about the size. It's not necessarily that the size isn't appropriate for the area. It's its orientation to the street that I think is inappropriate. So other than that, I think it's a really handsome design. And those are really my comments. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Stephen. Diane?
Yeah, I think that the parallel with Monomoy Road is probably the problem that's making the building look really, really big. I don't know what you can do, whether it's probably too big because you get the fall off of the land when you get very far away to the what would be the northeast sort of. um I don't know, I think it's a good looking building, and I don't, the only thing I wonder, and I just saw a picture of one on a house and it didn't look so wrong, was the size of the shed dormers. um they look to me like they're pretty big, but I didn't hear anybody complain about them. But I just wonder whether it would make, there is the picture I saw with dormers like mats, and they seem to fit in all right. It's probably just the drawing, or it's late in the day. But if there was any way of turning it and not presenting the whole facade as you drive down Monomoy Road, it would probably be good, because most of the houses, as you make that turn and go down towards 78, there are two houses that are set down on the water side that you can't even see when you drive down. They're covered and tucked in. I think they're like 60. Uh, so it's not much help. I don't know how you can fix having the presentation going to the street and making it look larger than it is. So that's not much help to anybody, but that's what I think.
Thank you, Diane. I think it's me. So this is really minor, but you know how you have the two owls up there? Is there any way that the owls could be on the front of the house, the two side by side, and instead of the one single? It just would take up the top of that chimney better, and it would read as like a, a really nicely designed chimney. I was wondering if, like, you brought down the height a bit. Could you bring down the height on the far right-hand massing just a couple of more feet? I don't know if you could, but it would make, I think, a lot of difference to the sort of overwhelming scale.
We could do that. I could focus on that.
I think a couple of feet would be great. And remind me of the trim color.
It's white.
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 The other thing I was wondering about were side lights on the front door to give it some presence.
We could do that.
Yeah, I think that would be nice. It would go with your architecture.
If I could, Madam Chair, just to follow up, just because it seems like I think basically Stephen and Diane, I think, still have some reservations. If we did drop, in terms of like the length, as far as rotating the structure so that the facade or the front of the house doesn't face the road, I just always have a fundamental issue with that. I feel like the facade of the structure should present itself to the road, which is kind of the standard and the norm. So I think rotating it, I'll have a really difficult time doing. And there's a slope that works its way back towards the back of the property. So I probably wouldn't be able to rotate it. But I guess my question for, through you to Diane and Stephen is, would dropping the massing on that right side be enough? Because obviously I'm trying to get enough votes for everyone to approve it.
I think that would be good, Matt. I know that it drops off because that used to be part of my postal route, and before any of those houses were built there, 25 was the last one before you made the big right-hand turn. So that's why I was saying it would be hard to turn it and have it work well for you. I think anything you can do to drop it down would be good. The other thing I was looking at before, and I look again, on the front of the house, you have the 3 shed dormers. The
Mhm.
2 sheds to the right come in to make Johnny happy. And the one on the left, everything seems to be the same, but they don't come in on the mid shot of the windows. I never remember what you call it.
Meeting rail?
Yeah. So is that shed taller, goes back further than the other sheds? You see what I mean?
I see what you're saying. So on the left side, where the eave lines up with the meeting rail is different than that on the right. And I
But
think
yeah,
we can make that so that they all, hit at the same location. I think it's the building footprint, or that section of the building's footprint is different than that of the other sections. But I also think that in an effort to have all of the roof pitches or the overall composition be more cohesive, we did alter, I think, the pitch on the backside. And so I think that the ridge might be a slightly different height. So, but either
Okay.
way, we can remedy that, I think, fairly easily. One other thing, if I could, through you, Madam Chair, to Diane and Stephen, is we may also be able to drop the height of the additive mass on the right of this view here that you're on right now, which I think might be helpful as well.
yeah, that would be good. Good,
Okay.
good.
And we did put up ridge poles too. Hopefully everyone got a chance to see them. And just final thing is just that this structure, there's a 35-foot front setback, and the distance from the property line to the pavement is about another 10 feet. So we're about 45 feet, from the road, just for context. So
Okay, I think you've got enough to work with, right?
I do.
Yeah, so
thank
do
you.
I hear a motion for revisions?
I'll
Slight?
make that motion.
Okay, thank you, Diane. On Diane's motion, John, to hold for revisions.
That's 21 Monomoy Room?
Yes,
Okay, yes.
yes, okay. Stephen,
Yes.
and I'm an aye as well.
Thank
So,
you.
Thank you, Matt.
And Madam Chair, I asked if we could hold 88 for Thursday, pending some additional landscape information, which I think is an important part of that application.
Okay,
And the staff has been
okay,
obviously
we will
great
see if we can do that.
accommodating, so thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do I hear a motion to hold 88 Pocomo or Pocomo? Okay, you poke what you want. I'm a Pocomo. So, okay,
I make that pokey motion.
okay, thank you, Diane. On Diane's motion, John,
What's the motion?
we're holding 88 Pocomo.
88 Blackmore, where are we?
We're gonna hold it.
88.
Val, are you in favor of holding?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. Diane
Yes,
and Stephen,
88 Blackmore, hold.
yes. And John, thank you. Okay, we are at 26 Washington.
Good evening. Can everyone hear me okay? This is Chip Webster.
Hi, Chip.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
So this is Chip Webster representing 26 Washington Street. What we're proposing are revisions to an existing approval. The board has looked at this a number of times, and incrementally we have removed our request for changes based on the board's comments. So at this point, the only thing that we are asking for is the removal of a balcony on the south side, and the addition of balconies on the north side. So if we can I share the screen? Actually, no, I don't need to share the screen.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
Madam Chair, I have sitting on this, and correct me if I'm wrong, Diane, Johnny, and Val.
Yeah.
That is so
So he
great.
only has 3 people.
So Diane, and that means you're chairing this because I'm not on it.
Right. I believe I've shared it all along, but that's fine.
Does he want to go forward with just 3?
If you want to go,
Yes, because I think it's very simple right now. So yes, I would like to.
okay. So put up, or are you screening or is?
We'll use your screen.
Okay.
So on this screen, we can see the street side elevation, which is the west, and the water side elevation, which is east, where we are not requesting any revisions from our existing approval. If we scroll down a page, I think we'll see the side elevations. So this is the south elevation. So in the upper left-hand corner, you can see our existing approval. You can see our previous submission, and then we can see our existing submission. And what we're requesting is in that middle section is removing a second floor balcony and some fenestration revisions. So it's that's the only requested change on that side. And when we go to the north side, we're requesting the addition of 2 balconies and a fenestration change in that first floor. And this side faces into the courtyard of the Harbor View complex. So it's really not seen from the street, and it is consistent with the other buildings that surround that courtyard. So just as a reminder, these only 2 requested revisions on the south and north sides. I turn over the board for comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
One. Just
Carly, do we have Hashab?
Yes, Madam Chair, HSAB did take a look at this on April 25th, the revisions. They said that the first floor could probably be lowered a foot by redesigning the framing using flush beams. Check to see if using PT framing at the first floor could lower the building another foot. The roof walk, and I understand these are not being changed, but the roof walk just adds to the height and should be removed. The width of the forward south addition is too wide and out of scale with the main mass. The rear additions need to be stepped down considerably for proper additive massing. The east elevation has too many French doors. Now is the opportunity to correct the problems with the earlier approval, and HSAB respectfully requests revisions if you're so inclined. Those are the comments, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Okay. So Val, you're on this, right?
Yep. Chip, thank you. I so appreciate returning back to the simpler form. However, there is one other change. The rear gable mass is taller than the front mass, which it wasn't in the prior iteration. And so if that could go back to what it was so that it doesn't bump up over that visually from the front. That's my only concern. And I think because this was recently approved, asking for an applicant to go back and make those changes is not fair. Like a roof walk and all that. So that's my only request.
All right, thank you. Johnny, I believe you're on it.
I have one comment on looking at the south elevation. Second floor, there's a deck up there. 2 decks, one above the other, and they're out 9 feet, not 8. And that's good rules. Can't take a foot off of it. That's my only comment. Thank you.
All right. My comment is that I agree with Val as dropping that secondary structure to below the peak of the front, and if there's any possibility of doing the structure so that it drops a foot, I would appreciate that. I don't believe we can make you do that, but it would be a big help. I don't think that the secondary unit should be bigger than the primary one. I think that's completely opposite what we're supposed to do. Yes, right there. That's it. So that's what, does somebody want to put together a motion?
Madam Chair, if I may, can we go
Yep.
to the south elevation, please? So I believe that Val's comment was in the previous submission, we had the, I'm sorry, the south elevation. There we go. In our previous submission, we had the front mass taller, and we had lowered it because our approval had it lowered. And I believe Val's comment, if I understood correctly, was to bring up that front mass. Am I correct, Val?
Well, I don't know that it's that, it's just on your previous iteration. Sorry.
Can you use your microphone, please?
I
Val?
am. Sorry. When you look at the front elevation, which would be west,
Correct.
it bumps up higher than the front mass, and that was not the case in the original approval.
Can we look
I
at the
think
west
they were
elevation,
probably
please?
pretty even, so we didn't see it.
Well, Madam Chair, if we can, maybe we can look at the west side, which is the street side. So on the west elevation.
I don't know if it's, yeah, it's west, whatever faces the street.
Yeah, west. It is west.
Okay, so scroll down. Who's
There it is
driving
there.
this bus?
Okay. So the west elevation, we're not asking for any revisions at all from the existing approval. What you're seeing, I think, was in the distance, which you wouldn't see from the street, of course, is that rear ridge on the east side.
Which wasn't on your previous approval.
Well, it's the same mass, maybe it just didn't. I don't know. It is there. We're not asking for any changes on anything other than those balconies from the existing approval. So
am I crazy?
No. The drawing, you're not crazy at all. The drawing that we're using right here that shows the previous approval doesn't show the stuff in the distance, and our current drawing shows the stuff in the distance, which would be not visible from the street side because it's back behind, if that makes sense.
Okay. Can we look then back at the south side so we can look at the previous approval and.
So there we go. So the upper left-hand side is our existing approval, where in our existing approval, that front mass that on the left is lower than the right mass, and we're not requesting a change on that.
It just, something looks so different to me. I don't know what it is. Anyway, that's just me. So who wants to make a motion?
I don't know who does.
I'll make one. I think
Okay,
that
what do you
mass
got?
is back far enough. It's not going to read as it does on a flat drawing. So I would motion to approve as submitted.
Okay, Johnny,
Within 9 feet?
made a motion to,
And change the deck to 8 feet through staff.
through staff.
Isn't that hurt you? John.
Can you say yes or no, Johnny?
It's raining?
Yeah,
Yeah, that's the chair.
No, that was you.
there's a motion. Do you want to vote on it?
Who's this? Well, with that 9 feet, okay, what are you gonna tell me?
I just said to amend it to 8 feet.
I'm off to that.
Okay. Motion.
Valerie, did you make the motion?
All right.
I did.
Valerie?
Yes.
You made the motion?
Yeah.
I say, good. Okay, Johnny, you're okay with that?
He is. John.
Val, you're okay with
Yes, I
your
am.
thing, and so am I. So thank you. Thank you, thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
So there you go.
Thank you, Chip.
We have 15 minutes to go home. Before we do, I'd like to make a comment. Closing comment for the meeting.
Okay.
I think that 27.
What side was that the deck was on?
Valerie, where'd your parents live? 27?
My grandparents, 76 Pleasant. 76 Pleasant.
Comment being made here
Jesus.
on that application for 76. And I think it's very brilliant because they mentioned that their family lived there for years and they raised 12 kids. And Valerie's one of them sitting here. She's so proud.
11.
Madam Chair,
You're screeching.
please address that whistling.
Thank you. Okay.
It's like a comedy sketch.
She's one of the only very few families that have 10, 11, and 12 children. Paul Gates and a bunch of others. So I think she's happy with that.
Yeah, I think she is too. All right, so
Valerie.
next on the list,
Jeez, thank you.
Who do we got next?
I don't know.
That's her pool and hardscape, then you got a new number.
What do we have next?
You got 2 more, I think, more. Is it right to entertain a motion to adjourn?
I'm not on it.
No, we've got 14 more minutes. We have to do something else.
I'm
Madam
not on
Chair, I
that
don't see
one.
Lindsay in the queue.
20, sorry, what was that?
I don't see Lindsay in the queue. Is he here?
Okay. I don't see anything.
No, but Chip hopefully can come back because we can.
Chip, don't go anywhere.
Motion to hold 20 Bartlett Road for representation for the pool and hardscape.
Thank you, Val. On that motion, we're going to hold 20 Bartlett Road. Are you in favor, John? Quick. Yep. And you're in favor, Diane?
Yep.
John, again. Stephen?
34 Eastern Street, you gonna hold that?
No, just 20
My
Bartlett
God.
Farm.
Aye.
All right, thank you. That passes. We're back to Chip, if he'll have us.
I'm
You're a
here.
brave man.
I am here and
You
I'm
have
looking
your
forward-
34 Easton Street stuff with you?
I do, and that is one that I would like to share the screen on.
And it's Diane again. You're chairing it.
Okay, I'm right here.
All right. 11 Lincoln Truck.
So, Chip,
Okay, I'm sharing the screen. Did that come up? Okay, you should be looking at a locus plan. All right, well, hello, everyone. This is Chip Webster representing an application for 34 Easton Street for a new dwelling. And I wanted to start with this locus plan because one of the comments, one of the previous reviews was the proximity of our proposed house to the street. And if you look along here, starting all the way to the left, you can see virtually all of the properties have buildings coming up right to the edge of the
Hey,
street.
Chip, hold on a second, will you please?
Absolutely, yeah,
This was home.
John doesn't know where we are.
okay.
Where Chip is representing 34 Easton Street.
What about this one?
We don't know yet. We don't know nothing.
Please.
Okay, go ahead, Chip. Sorry,
Okay.
I'm not on this.
No, that's totally fine, totally fine. So I just wanted to show this context where virtually all the properties have structures right up to the edge of the street. I've got some photographs too. This is at 28 Easton. You can see the structures are probably within 10 feet of the street. On 30 Easton, it's even a little closer. This is 32 Easton, which is the adjoining property, the immediate abutter, and you can see it's the property line is where the telephone pole is, so it's probably 3 feet back. And then in the other direction, 40 Easton, right up on the street, same thing with 42. So I also want to show, this shows it in a little more detail, because did you see my cursor if I move that around?
Yep.
Oh, cool, cool. All right, so this shows the same thing, but in this one, we're showing the proposed footprint of our structure. And you can see behind it is the existing structure. So a couple of things to point out here. One, on the street side, our proposed structure is set back much further than most of the properties along here. This line here is the porch, so the house is actually this second line back down. And also on the water side, you can see virtually all of the houses are in a straight line. Again, we're further in from the water than the surrounding houses. And again, this is a porch line, so the house is back here. So we've done a few things. One, I wanted to show the context, but secondly, we've also reduced the length in this from previous applications, and we've moved it even further from the street. So I just wanted to point that out. Moving right along. I still have our wonderful historic photos, which I always love to show. This is from 1905, and you can see the all of the houses at the time were pretty tall. Most of them actually had third floor program, and they basically had, for the most part, wide porches on the water side. All of them do, in fact, running the full width of the water side. This is the same view, but a slightly clearer photograph. And then we have street side elevations of each of those, which we can come back to. And as a reminder, what we've done, this is probably a good one here to look at, is we've drawn from the railing details and historic details of these houses, incorporating them into our proposed design. So, starting on the street side. All right, so we moved the mass of the house into being more in the center of the lot, which gives a lot more breathing space on the sides, but it also gives us the opportunity to do a wraparound porch on that center element. This was our previous submission where it was off to one side, and the porch was just a small porch in the front. So this wraparound porch and centering this draws pretty much directly from the historic references. There were comments from the board on stepping it down as it goes to the water. So we did that. We have a 1.5-story mass on the water side with a connecting link, and we brought those first floor roofs to the porch on around down the sides of the house. So the east side. On the west side, we did the same thing. Obviously, the massing drops on the water, but there was also concern from some members of the board on this exterior stair that we had proposed. So we have removed that completely. This was our previous submission. And then on the water side, you can see it has a much smaller massing because it's 1.5 stories. And we've created a couple of different options for the board to look at. On that side, This one is based on the idea. Also, we brought all of the roof masses or hips now on the entire building. This one has the concept of two gable dormers with a connecting shed. And then this one has a single center shed dormer with smaller ones on either side of it. So with that, I turn it over to the board for comments. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Harley, do we have hashtag?
Yes, Madam Chair, we do. Thank you. So first, I just wanted to mention that you all probably remember that this is is infill. Basically, it's going to be replacing the Seward Johnson house that was there, or the Conch house from the 1960s. And I just also wanted to mention for the record that this infill would also have to follow Resilient Nantucket Chapter 11 for our flooding and design regulations that you all adopted. HSAB took a look at these revisions on April 25th. Less comments than last time, which is good, moving in the right direction. The rear wing is considerably longer than the front mass. This would be better additive massing if the wing were scaled down and the length reduced by stepping the rear wall in several feet on either side to create breaks in the rear wall. From the rear or harbor facade, option 2 is preferred. A more creative approach to the rear double French doors could improve the monotony of the rear fenestration. And HSAB would respectfully request revisions if you're so inclined. From staff's perspective, sorry, it's so late. The revisions with the facade, with the porch is an element taken back from the previous, 1800 structures that was there, evident in the photographs that Chip has provided. Greatly appreciate it, and it helps to back up or break up the monolithic wall on the side elevations along with those bump outs. I would recommend taking a look at HSAB's comments on those elevations, and appreciate the harbor side elevation option for discussion with the commission. And I also agree with HSAB on option 2 as the best choice. So those are the comments, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. All right, we'll begin.
Actually, Madam Chair, if I could, I'd make one quick comment.
Okay, what do you want to do now?
So one option that I thought of after HSAB and so forth, which I think we proposed as an alternative on these French doors here, to put panels on the bottom, so that they're paneled doors, which I think would make it more historic and also mitigate that. So I just wanted to pass it on. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that's good. Who would like to begin?
I will.
Abby?
Abby is not here. She's not on.
Okay, that.
It's just
Okay.
you, me, and John.
All righty. So what you got to say, Val?
I truly appreciate the evolution of this structure, Chip. I think you've got it. By adding the extra porch on the side and bringing things down in scale and breaking up the rhythm of those windows. I think you've done a nice job. Thank you. And I agree with option 2.
All right. Johnny?
There were 50 double hung windows in this structure. It's all glass, every bit of it. Look at it again. More glass you take a stick at, you should hold it for representation, I think.
Chip, he's here.
What?
Chip is here.
Tom, you think 50 windows is a small amount? I don't come here I come here to explain something. It's too much glass. We've always said that.
What did you say, John? Say it so we can hear it out here.
Talk into the microphone. You gotta grab the mic. Talk into the microphone.
Oh, that thing.
So have you got something to say about Chip's submission?
The structure is over administered. Yeah.
Again.
Is that it?
No, somebody got to make a motion for something.
Well, we
I
were
was gonna
waiting.
make a motion to approve it, but
I was just going to say, I think it's improved.
I'll second it. Rebecca, you got to mention how much glass.
Johnny, would you let me finish speaking?
I'll make a motion that we
I would like,
adjourn. Wait, we got a motion to adjourn.
No, we're in the middle of a review.
Huh?
We're in the middle of a review with Chip.
okay, Val,
Application?
screw it.
You have to leave it.
Just make
We
that
have to take it
motion,
up next
okay?
week. Oh, wait, Steve, are you here?
he's not on it, I don't think.
No,
Huh?
he's not.
Steve?
He's not here. He's gone.
He's not here, John.
Who is that?
Just you, me, and Diane. Us three.
You have a motion on the floor.
Diane,
yes.
Diane, I'm
Yes.
making a motion to hold this till the first of next week.
We already have a motion
for
on the
Thursday.
floor.
There
Hold
is a motion on the floor to approve, John.
What's the motion?
My motion was to approve as submitted this time.
All that glass, and you're gonna have to answer for that, not me.
Okay,
No different than the house we looked at
They
earlier.
don't have over 50 down there in any house, except the white elephant.
All right, well, you can say no, so what's your
No,
answer?
any comments? No.
okay, so we got two yeses and a no.
Okay, so,
So it
Okay,
passes, thank
what
you.
is the motion? Do you have a motion yet?
Yes.
Anybody?
yeah,
Okay.
I made a motion to approve this iteration, and you said no, Diane said yes, and I said yes, so I guess that passes.
Oh, it's done.
Yeah.
Okay.
And now you can make your motion, John.
Live in Lincoln, you made a motion to approve it?
No. We're on 34 Easton, and I think now is your time to make your usual motion to.
Do we have any minutes that have to be approved for Terry?
If there are only three of you, just we'll roll them over to Thursday.
Okay.
Thank you,
all right,
Terry.
fine. So I would entertain a motion for adjourning, Johnny.
John,
Yeah.
Make your motion to adjourn. Johnny,
Yes, Diane.
I make a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
perfect.
There's a good guy.
Aye.
Aye,
Okay.
that
Uh,
carries.
uh,
with all favors.
What happened to
And
Steve?
And I say aye too. Thanks,
you,
everyone.
Chip.
All right.
Chip,
You're
I
approved.
say aye too.
Bye.
Good
Have a
night.
beautiful evening, everyone.
Thank you,
Bye-bye.
Terry.
I wanted
Bye.
to say thank you as well. Thanks, guys.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.
All righty, goodbye. Thank you.
It doesn't hurt.